Afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I didn't have my mic clipped on then. We're there. We're here. We're live. Let's catch up with all the chat. I've answered some questions, and I've pinned a post up the top there from Anthony. So he's watching the Grand Prix later, and he doesn't want to know the result. So if you could refrain, it's covered up my top chat. So John's in. I think that might have been Tim before John. I'm not sure. Afternoon, Nancy. Yeah, I've pinned that post for you, mate. Joe's in from Tambly. Cool, Colorado. It's actually quite warm here. I'm going to have to open some windows up in a minute. Hi, Tim. Hi, Aaron. Hi, Ben. Cool, windy, sunny. Well, the sun's come out here now. It's been a bit muggy. We had some storms the other day. Afternoon, Nick. Mr. Robert Head. This is Rob's, well, it's going to be Rob's radio. It's mine at the moment. I might decide not to let him have it. What do you think? I could keep it. I might Cass. Nice to see all the little radio icons coming up from my channel members. Different ones for different lengths of membership, not levels, length. Afternoon, Chris. Just catching up. I've got a banging headache today as well. Took some tablets. Hopefully it'll disappear in a minute, but you never know. Hi, Bob. How are you, mate? No Volves? No, you haven't seen it before. I bought this one in on eBay. I'll show you the advert, because I did pay a fair bit for this. One of the reasons was that it allegedly had a power supply but not working, and it wasn't working. But we'll look at that as well. Hi, Sandra. How are you? Cold. I wish it was cooler here. Excitement, Bob. Just catching up still. I'm still trying to catch up with the chat. Up to Nick. Tom, how are you? Tom and Susie. Beautiful summer's day. Where are you? Millen Chip, afternoon. How are you, mate? You're looking forward to this one. It is a great radio, the 2001D. If you haven't got one of these, you really ought to if you like listening to radio, because it's got pretty much everything you'd need, apart from a BFO, really, I suppose. It's the only thing, but you can make one, can't you? Rob Tiveridge, hi, Rob. It has got more buttons than the Sky Queen pen. I enjoyed working on that one, though. Hi, Rob. Anderson. Mac Vision, afternoon to you. Yeah, Steve's Vintage Long Stay Workshop. Steve is in here quite often, Aaron, so he very often pops in the chat. But he is on YouTube, and if you want to send me an email, I'll ping it across to him, because he's a dab hand with those old Volve reel-to-reel players, mate. He's really good on them, so he's your man. I could have a look at it, but to be fair, I don't know enough about him. I was a couple minutes late. Well spotted, Chris. It's only because I was trying to get myself sorted out and get all the software. Now, I upgraded my computer to Windows 11. Was it yesterday or the day before? So this is the first time I've turned it on, and I had to reinstall this software, which wasn't a good thing, but it's done, luckily. He's behind me. Moti's in. Hi, Moti. Just catching up with everyone. Benji's just popped in. Hi, Benji. You harvested your first cucumber. Nice. Hi Tinu, hi John Hurd. Your computer's only just working. Alan, FG5GP, good afternoon to you. What, Elaine. Rob, thank you very much, Rob. More caps, yeah. I mean, it is going to be restored, so really we ought to recap it, don't we? It says I can reply to the super chat, but I don't know. It doesn't seem to be allowing me to. It's doing some weird stuff. Oh, time to reply has disappeared. Well, thanks for the super chat, Rob. Mick McGinn, afternoon, Mick. What do I keep buying? Tap us down. We try a hot cup of feverfew tea. I've not got feverfew tea. Amazingly, Aaron, I don't have it. I can always go out and see if I can harvest some feverfew from the hedgerows. But I think that might interfere with the stream. It'd be good at a hunter-gatherer stream, wouldn't it? Bit of foraging. Please don't keep it, Rob. I just had a count up this morning. I've got one in for repair, yours, and I've got 4 others, so I've got 7 in here at the moment. David Tag, hi, how are you, David? Rob's not feeling too special today. Rob's radio channel, that is. Rolf's in, hi Rolf. Stop to watch me, thank you, Rolf. All the Sonys. I get them all, Anthony, do I? Oh, I got them all. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, if I see one going cheap or not working, as this one allegedly was, then I'm going to pick it up if it's reasonable. I picked up an interesting one yesterday, actually, that's a bit beaten up, but I've been looking out for one for ages, and the reason is someone asked me to repair one of these Sony radios. So agreed, yeah, okay, send it on, I'll do it for you. So I went online and I bought an original service manual for it. I thought, you know, that's going to come in really useful when it arrives. And then he messaged me and said, oh, sorry, I've decided to get shot of it. I'm not going to bother now. So I ended up with a service manual with no radio. So I thought, well, I'll put it on my watch list. And they've just been stupid money. They've been like 70, 80, 90 quid. They're not worth that sort of money. So I seen one the other day popped up. I think it was 40 something pounds. So I hit the button on it. I think I put him in an offer actually, and actually got it. So that one will be coming up at some stage soon for you. My email address, let's just pop that up for you. Let's just pop that up for you, Aaron. There you go, that's my email address. I've even been threatened. I've been threatened by a company to review an electric bike. What do you think about that? It's a while since I've been on a bike. It's not actually that long ago, I suppose. Well, saying that, probably about 9 years. Still got a bike, but I never ride it. So someone sent me a thing, would I review an electric, you know, would I do a video on an electric bike? Well, I thought, well, it's electric, it's of interest to us from an electronics point of view. And it might be a bit of fun seeing me out with what do you call it, a GoPro type camera out on my bike, following the dogs. What about that? So that might be interesting if it comes of anything. They've not replied to me since I said yes. So it might just be an information gathering one. Hi Gier, how are you? From the Arctic. Whew, it's like the tropics in here at the moment. Rummaging about in a consumer unit. Yeah, best not be doing that and watching at the same time, Rolf. You got a good manual for the Grundig satellite for €7. Yeah, you can buy them on eBay. I picked mine up actual original one for wasn't a lot. Yeah, they've been high for a while on the Sony stuff. These 2001Ds, a good condition working one is sort of anything from sort of £200 to £300 now. Batteries are a ticking time bomb, Aaron. Well, I don't know. I've not heard that personally. They seem very, very popular. So Tom would love one. Rolf says go for it. David, hi David. Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know if anything will come from it. Let's get rid of that banner. I don't know if anything will come of it, but if it does, then I think it'll make a couple or three interesting videos. Because we've got like a little trail down here, the Tarka Trail, and it leads up to quite a nice little cafe. So that would be a nice little excursion to video, I think. Give them a bit of promotion as well. If it's any good, that is. If it's rubbish, then I will say it's rubbish. I say it's electric assisted, isn't it? It's not. You can't just push a button and scoot along on it. I think it's electric assisted, so you still got to do a bit of pedaling. The batteries of your EVs have burst into flames. Whew. Well, you've got a Tesla. I think they've got a bit of a reputation, haven't they? But then, is that just because there's so many of them? And the averages, let's turn these notifications off. We're going to be going bonkers all day else. He's messaging me now, come on. Stop it. Let's just silence the noises. There we go. I'll shut that lot up. So yeah, today's victim, then I better get some. I wasn't going to have a beer today, but I thought, it's a bit warm, so I am gonna divulge, because we've got to pop a finger, and I don't think I'll be able to repair this without a finger. So we've got a finger to go in, and you can see the radio lurking in the background there. Here he is. Right, let's pop a finger in. The bishop might assist me, you never know. He might help out with my headache. I've got an emergency glass of squash back there, just in case. And talking of beer, I got a very nice gift sent in by Martin last week. Bit of a surprise. He said he was sending me out a power supply for Sony, which he did, because the one that came with this one was knackered. And sure enough, it came, but in a big box. I thought, what on earth is this? It was marked as a birthday present. So I opened it up, and there inside was a pack of some very nice Trappist ales. So I'll show you a picture of that in a minute. Just see if we can get the finger in. So cheers, everybody. You lurking, Chris, are you? E-bike conversion kit on eBay. Not suitable for damp weather. An e-bike not suitable for damp weather. I think some of the ones that I've seen are pretty good. I mean, they're still quite expensive, aren't they? I say I wouldn't be able to afford to buy one, but if someone's going to send me one for testing, then I wouldn't say no. Are we talking Tour de France next year? Well, you never know, David. If I could lose about 8 stone, and yeah, you never know. I used to love cycling. Actually, I used to do a lot of cycling. When I first met Mrs. Cruncher, we were out cycling all the time, mainly to pubs, mind you. But not that we want to condone cycling to pubs, because it's a bit different cycling back. And Barat, how are you, mate? Oh, you're the admin. Have you approved me? Have you approved me yet, Barat? Thank you for joining in, mate. I take it that's how you pronounce your name. Tour de Devon. Tour de pub. The finger's going in, Dids. I know you never miss the finger. Right, okay, so let's have a look on my eBay listing and find out what I bought this radio for, because there's no secret. And again, bits and pieces that I buy on eBay, I tend to use the money that I get from you guys, your Patreons and super chats, and that all goes into the pot. And let's see if I can find it. And that's where I get all these bits and pieces that we ever play with and work on. I won't spoil the other radio because it's been done. Okay, so this is the one I bought. Now we don't want to view order details, we want to view the radio. So here it is. Let's get onto my screen. So it was $139.95, but I mean the attraction was the fact it had the power supply and the strap. Now it was $139.95, but I actually paid $115 for it, so I got it a bit cheaper, which was quite good and just as well, really. So it says spares and repairs. Cosmetically good shape for age. It is in good nick and working, but the radio does have a few faults. You cannot select airband, and the signal meter does not work correctly, and the power supply does not work also. So I've not really investigated anything. All I've done is turned it on and it does actually work, but cannot select airband could be a bit of fun. We could have something gone down in the airband section on this. Is a little tiny bit of the radio, so in theory that shouldn't be too hard to sort. S meter not working correctly. It could have had a bit of a zap of static and killed it a bit, or we could have a couple of the SMD LEDs gone down. Power supply, yeah, that definitely was knackered. So that's the history of it. I mean, I sent him a message when I put the thing in saying that I was happy to take it working or not. You know, I wasn't bothered if it wasn't working. In fact, with us, it's more fun if it ain't working. Better to have a non-working one, isn't it? We don't want stuff that works. We want stuff that doesn't work. So I can't see all the original photos that were with it, but there we are. That was the offer. So say, if you search on 2001Ds, I mean, there's one there, look, for 219, or same guy, look. It's the same guy. He's got an offer on that one. So maybe he knows a bit more about him than he's letting on, but certainly this one had a knackered power supply. That's actually not a bad price, $219.95. No power supply with it, but it has got, looks like it's got the strap, and it looks like it's got the user manual, which is nice. What's he say about this one then? Is this one working? Working great, no faults. Shoulder strap, including batteries. Yeah, I mean, could be genuine seller. It could be one of these people that buy stuff as a blooming good go at fixing it, can't fix it, and then sells it on. I don't know, but I've had that recently with a couple Pro 80s and SW55s that I've bought like relatively cheap, and they've been absolutely butchered inside. I mean, just leave it alone if you don't know what you're doing. You know, if you take it apart and you think, oh, this might be a bit much, just leave it alone. Leave it be, isn't it? Give it to someone that can fix it. Yeah, definitely will be, Barrett. I mean, I didn't really want to say too much about who I was, because it says in quite clear that you're not allowed to do any self-promotion, Barrett. So I thought, no, I I won't say who I am really. People can just see if they can find me maybe. Because that, if I tell them who I am and I got a YouTube channel, that's a bit of self promotion, isn't it? So, but yeah, you got some good stuff in your in the files section. And in fact, we'll give you a little shout out, Barrett. How about that? If anybody's into these Sony radios, which a lot of us are, see if I can find the Facebook group. I'll change to Radiocruncher, my personal one. Groups. Okay, so let's copy the link to that. Let's get you a few new members, Barrett, because I know we're all dead keen on these. So let's there's a link there. Look to the Facebook group, and if we look over on their site, look, go in. A lot of good info. Obviously, I'm in here. Adele's in there, look. Adele's the main man. You might have messaged me. I didn't see that, Barrett. Apologies for that. So this is the radio we're working on today. I popped some pictures in it. And I actually found the serial number in their files section. If you go down, there's some serial number databases. And if you click on that, open it up. Ah, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Ignore that. Ignore that. It's the other one. So yeah, I pretty much found that this is was it that one I found? No, it's not that one either. But I have got it here because I downloaded it. But in there, there's a serial. Where is it? Serial. Is it that one? Come on, we'll get there in the end. No. All right, okay. Well, it is in there. Trust me, it is in there. So there you go. That's a link. If you want to ask to be a member, I'm sure Barrett will approve you. So yeah, I did suss that this is around, well, it is 1992, this radio, so it's one of the later ones. Now, they did differ, and I don't particularly like the early ones, personally. They've got the old style SMD in them. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. So, you know, the modern SMD chips are little rectangular ones, so these are cylindrical. I find if the board flexes a bit, they can crack. Not as good, I don't think, personally, as the more modern ones. Other people might say different, but just my personal opinion. See if I can find. I've worked on all of them, so see if I can find any of my photos. So this is one of the more modern boards, so you can see all of the chips are what you'd expect. The little SMD components, diodes. They're all this sort of style that we're used to. Let's try to see if I can find one of the ones. I've got repairs to flex cables. You bet your life I can't find one with the old style SMDs in it in my pictures. Ah, here we go. Yeah, so that's the old style ones there, look. So, you know, that's supposed to be a diode, and no, I don't rate these that great. So the older versions, this is just the switchboard, because you've got Q303 and Q302, which are known problem areas. So we'll be doing a little mod to prevent those dying in the future. If it's not already been done, I doubt it. So yeah, that's the difference. So you've got these little cylindrical SMDs. They're much smaller than a normal resistor, but they are early. Let's see if I can find another picture of a board in that one. No, that's a newer one. That's some mods I've done. No, okay. You get the gist. So there's two types of SMDs, a very early type there, and the later ones. SMTs, were they? Surface mount. I don't know. Surface mount, SMD surface mount device, isn't it? Or, I can't remember what else they call them now. But what I do find with the older ones is they're not as sensitive as the newer ones. They can be made as sensitive. You've got to mess about, because they've got older style FETs in them as well. If you upgrade them to the modern FETs, it does bring them up. So let's have a look at this one anyway. So this is the one that we're going to be doing for Rob. So you can see it's got a clock on it. I put batteries in it. And somewhere I've got a power supply. So let's just have a look at the power supply that came with it. I mean, I've got a box of power supply bits now because, as I say, Martin very kindly sent me this power supply. If we can get it to focus on that. So it's a 4.5 volt supply. The Sony one's 600 milliamps. This one, I don't know if you can see, is 700 milliamps. It's a bit beefier. The pinout's the wrong way around, and it's the wrong pin anyway. Plus, it's got one of these like shaver socket plugs on it, and the transformer in the one that came with that radio, if it'll focus, the transformer is knackered. It's got an open primary on it. I've had a dig about in it, but I thought maybe a thermal fuse had gone, but there's no thermal fuse in it. The only problem is the transformer in the new one is too big. It won't fit in the case. It will not fit in this case. So what I'm going to try and do is design a 3D enclosure so I can actually put that together. It's a very basic circuit. It's got a little transistor in it. In fact, it's probably, yeah, it's a little bit different. It might be regulated actually, I'm not sure, but it's a little bit of a different circuit, but it should work with the 2001D, no problem at all. So that's a bit of a work in progress, but yeah, I might see if I can find another transformer and rebuild that other one. But if anyone's got a busted one of those transformers, or busted power supply for one of those, let me know. Oh, technology, right, okay. First PCBs with SMD that Pioneer used in the car stereos had lots of issues with component cracking due to PCB flexing. That's the power brick you need for a DAT recorder. Okay, there he is, Martin. Yes, it is. It is. The transformer's just a bit too big, Martin. So what I thought I would do is design an enclosure for it, and maybe use the leads off of the other power supply I've got to turn it into a 2001D power supply for myself. Obviously, you can't sell it on once you've modified anything to do with mains, so it'll be something for me to keep and have a play with. So once I get my 3D printer set up, eventually, I'll get cracking with that and see if I can print an enclosure for it. Be interesting. But yeah, thank you very much, Martin. I did give a big thanks out to you for sending me over some very nice beer as well, which I didn't show everybody. I was going to show them that. So this was a very nice gift from Martin. Look, how about that? I love Trappist ales, I really do, and they go from like moderately strong to crazily strong from left to right. I think this is something like 10%. I have tried this one already actually. I think that one was about 6%, and they go up in strength from left to right. But I absolutely love those beers. So Martin, thank you very, very much for sending those over, mate. Much appreciated. Bizarre, how are you doing, mate? You have one of the older 2001Ds. I've got older and newer ones. As I say, I've got 5 or 6 of them here. This is my own 2001D, I believe. One of these I've done loads of mods. Is that mine? I'm not sure now. I think one of these I've modified. 110,000. No, that's not the one I've modified, but I have got one here that I've done all the mods to. Well, not all of them. And I was going to put a link to Adele's parts site, but I have got it here. Because Adele does a lot of parts and spares for these, some of which I'll be using today. And if I pop this link in, actually if we pop Adele's profile in there, how about that? I think he's got a lot of work on anyway at the moment, so buy the bits, but if you want to repair, you might have to wait a little while. Ivan, how you doing, mate? You're in. I think yours is a newer one, Rob. Pretty sure it is. So if you need any of the kits or capacitors, the audio kits, ICs, anything like that, then Adele's your man. He's not sponsoring me, but he did send me some of these audio kits to try in my radios, and we have had some success putting those in other radios. If I think Jim Gordon's, the one I did recently, had that in it. Sony, you're in. Okay, so let's get a power supply a minute. Let me grab a power supply and we'll fire it up. A couple of these I've refurbed. That one I have, so we'll grab that. There's not a lot to do to refurb one of these, to be fair. You've only got one capacitor in there, and that's it. And it tends to have the old style plug, so I put a new style plug on and one capacitor, and it's refurbed. And if you can see the board here on this knackered one, that's basically all that's inside one of these. So that is literally all that's inside that, and obviously you've got the transformer and you've got the power selector bit there. All you've got is one capacitor, 4 diodes. So if one goes wrong, and probably would be one of those diodes, but say the diodes were all fine on this, I just had nothing coming out of the transformer into the board whatsoever. So pretty basic inside, really, isn't it? And it's unregulated, so it comes out, you know, if you stick the meter inside there, it comes out way more than 4. It comes out about 6.5 volts, something like that. In fact, we'll do that now, because there's a lot of speculation on some of the forums about what power supplies you can and can't use. You know, there is regulation inside the 2001D. Right, what can we unplug here? Let's unplug that one. I don't need that one for a minute. So this is the proper power supply. It's an AC-140W. So I've just put a little label on that. March 2024. I've checked that over and changed the cap in it. Let's zoom out a bit. So we're plugged in. Bear in mind this is offload, it's not connected to anything. Center pin negative. Yeah, so we've got 6.6 volts on that, look. And it's a 4.5 volt power supply. But I'm sure if we loaded that down with my dummy load there, we could get it to do 4.5 volts. Say 600 milliamps. This radio doesn't need that, but there you go. So it's unregulated. So let's plug it in and see what we got. I'm interested about this airband thing. I'd forgotten about that. Let's stick it down at a bit of an angle. You'll probably be able to see it a bit better there. Mains power on, DC in, put it in DX, make sure the RF gain, and I've done this many times. On the side here, you've got an AM RF gain. Now I've had that down that way before. I thought, Christ, this radio's deaf as a post. And that's all the way down, so just make sure that's all up. You stick it midway, tone, DX is on. So let's fire it up. And straight away we've got radio 4. So you notice we've got about 2 lights on radio 4. See, we've got about 2 lights on radio 4. Well, that ain't great. I mean, you can hear everything interfering with it. If I turn this light off up here.
Numerous changes that have had a radical effect on the industry. And if you've been in this a long time, you look back sort of fondly.
So it's 2 lights.
Historically, you did go at a slower pace. You may have more understanding of things and not quite.
So that's something to note, because we're going to change the FETs in this one as well. I'm just trying to think where my other one is. Bear with me. I'll see if I can find my my other one a minute, and we'll compare them. One that I have modified. Pretty sure it's got about 7 bars on the other one. I suppose you can fudge it and alter the S meter. You can bang it up a bit, I suppose. I can't remember which one I've done. It might be this one. I thought I did have a label on it saying that I'd modified it. Where's my modified one? eBay fully modified. There we go. Here we go. So this is my sort of test radio, really. Although this is the one that I got the button missing. Is this my test radio or not? I can't remember now. But let's just do a comparison. Yeah, this is the one that I lost the button on the floor. This one. But I have found it since. So let's put it in the same position. Let's move that one back a bit. So this is exactly the same position. Turn it on. So now have a look at the difference in the signal.
We have become so embracing of organic gardening, and now when you talk to people,
so that's the difference. Now that is a big difference. So radio 4, just turn that noise off. Radio 4 is a constant signal. It doesn't change in amplitude. It's always the same. So it's a good reference for AM performance. So we've gone from two bars to 7. So there you are. And I've got a battery door for that one over there. And I must remember to put the button back in. So that's sort of like the reference radio that I've already sorted. Got another one down there, I'm not sure what that one is then. So I've got quite a few radios I can take as a reference, and that one's the best of them. I don't know if there's a potentiometer in here you can mess about with to get it to do it, but what we'll do first of all then is we'll do some modification to see if we can improve that from 2 up to maybe 5-ish or more. You never know. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. Let's catch up. How are we doing? Brett's in. Hi Brett, how are you? Measure the raspberry ripple. All right, bizarre, yeah. Interesting. So it does work, doesn't it? Oh, it does have SSB. Of course it does. I forgot about that. Of course it's got, yeah, it's got a BFO. Yes, Rob. Yeah, you had my old 2001D, which I'd modified. It is a nice radio, isn't it? Yeah, the button turned up, Bob. I had to hoover the floor to find it. I know it's sacrilege, isn't it, hoovering your workshop floor, but I hoovered it, and sure enough, it turned up in the hoover bag. Well, in the hoover chamber. Or vacuum, because we can't call them hoovers, can we? I won't have the reference radio for long. Yeah, I will. That's my own. That's staying. Staying put, that one. So there's a few things we can do to this. First is going to be changing the FETs. We'll see what it's got in it. As I say, it is. I did put the serial number out to some of you, but the serial number for reference, let's just zoom in on it so you can have a look. That's the serial number on it, 345871, and the one that I just showed you working is 108678. So mine's actually quite a bit older than this one. That probably dates this to late 80s, probably, doesn't it? What's the other one I got here? Got another one here. That's 110505. So again, this is quite a late one, which is good news. So we should have some decent components in this. So let's get it apart. Let's use the Japanese screwdriver if it fit in there. The problem with the Japanese screwdriver, don't they? They make them of some high chromium content, and they do hold a magnetic charge, but not very well. Don't know if this has been apart before or not. We'll see if the seller's genuine now. See if it's been got at. I'm sure he is, but that one for 200 odd quid is quite a good price for one of these. It may cost you a bit more than that, Rob. That's all I can say. It may cost a bit more. You might need to work out a higher purchase agreement. Stick it in there. So screws all the way around. If you download the service manual on this, there's plenty of info out there. That should just, if I've taken all the screws out, pop off. Doesn't like it, doesn't want to. Just take those batteries out in case it's those stopping it. Come on, you know you want to. There we go. You notice it's got the little chart in the back as well. That slides out of here. So it's got like a quick instruction guide on it. Error indications, program timer settings. It's quite nice to see those on it as well. And someone's written, but they have written them in pencil actually, so they've made it so as you can rub it out. But again, I believe the forum has got the eraser. And is the forum the same as the group's IO forum, Barrett? Is that because I know we've conversed on there before. I didn't realise there was a Facebook group for it, to be fair, until I looked yesterday. So yeah, if we look closely, we can see it is the Neurotype SMDs. So it is the Neurotype. Our little battery label is lying in there, so we'll take that one out. It's had a little bit of leakage in the past, but nothing major. Oh, it's had a, yeah, this has had the Sony modification done to it, which I've copied. So one of the problems with these is the FETs get taken out with, I can't get in any closer. The FETs get taken out with static. So what Sony did in these later sets is they popped a diode in here. I don't know if you can see it. I'm just holding the tweezers to it. I'll get the microscope out in a minute so you can have a look. It's basically a series diode, a 2-diode package, and that just bleeds away any high voltages coming in through the aerial. I believe it's when an external aerial is plugged in that you get the problems with it taking the diode out. Taking the transistors out. But we might not be able to do too much to this one. We'll see what transistors are in it. If it's two SK193s, I doubt whether we'll bother with it unless the voltages are wrong. So we can check the voltages as well. Let's see if I can get the microscope out and just quickly show you that diode, because I have found an equivalent diode that I fit to all of my radios. I've fitted it to all of them. So H. Neil, afternoon, how are you? And Christoph's in. How you doing, Christoph? Right. Of course, I've unplugged that to plug that in, haven't I? So let's just unplug that a minute. Plug the microscope light back in. I've got to open that window as well because it is getting a bit warm in here. Right. Let's get the microscope out and I'll show you that little tiny diode. Getting 8 lights on, Rob, are you? Yeah, well, I say I have modified yours, so you've got the best transistors, and I've done the mod to lift the inductor out of the way. Right, let me just find me microscope. Where's he gone? Here we go. Let's reset that. Just have a move around. Come on, where are you? Yeah, there he is. So that should be in the center of the screen. It's looking very dark. Can't see it. Come on, microscope, you can do it. No, let's go that way and that way. Bit more, bit more. Just trying to see where I am on the microscope here. It's the trouble, the thing's zoomed in a long way. So the bit I'm looking at is there. So I just move the microscope around till I can find, there we go. Yeah, it's not great. Is my light gone dim for some reason? Yeah, it's difficult to see under this microscope because the light's a bit strange, but if I turn it slightly on its side, you might see it a bit better. Let me just focus that on its side a minute, and it might show up a bit better. It needs to be right up there. It's actually marked as A7, so I'm not sure what component that is. If anyone's got the SMD Bible, whatever they call it. Okay, yeah, you can see it there, look. So it's that little component there marked A7. So you can see two legs of it are joined to this ground plane, and then the top leg is joined to the leg of Q303. Is that to the gate? I can't remember now. So yeah, that is the mod. So you can get loads of 1N4148s, but it just looks a bit messy on the board. Just turn that off a minute, get the microscope back out of the way. It can look a bit messy on the board. I did devise a way of doing it to make them look a bit nicer, but still wasn't great. So yeah, that has already been done. So that's one job we don't have to do. So let's get this board popped out a minute, which is pretty easy because you just grab hold of it, give it a wiggle, and out it should pop. So the FET that we're looking at for the long wave, medium wave is this one here, Q302. Again, let's get you in a bit closer. Get that in a bit closer, angle it up a bit better. So yeah, this is Q302 and that's Q303. So this is the one that is the amplifier for the ferrite rod. I don't know, has this been recapped? Don't think it has. Positively it's just hanging in there. So let's have a look, see which one it is, because they did lots of different versions, and if you go on the on one of the groups, you'll find that different ones perform differently. Let's have a look, see what we got here. Yeah, so these are, they're not the newer ones. 2SK1522s. 2SK1522. I don't think you'll be able to see that. You might do if I zoom right in. If I zoom right in there, you might see it. If I can get the camera sorted. Where are we? We're down there. We're down there. Yeah, you can just about see it. That capacitor's in the way, but that's the FET there. Turn it that way slightly, you might be able to see it a bit better. Wait, focus on it. Focus on it. Come on, focus, focus. It was focused, but it isn't now. Well, it is a 192 sorry, 1522. So I'm going to stick a 1523 in it, and we'll see if that, I'm just going to do that one for the minute, and we'll see if that makes any difference. So bearing in mind it was an S2 before, will a FET replacement bring it up better? Yeah, I agree. The problem is making sure you've got a genuine one. So I've got here two. I'm going to put both of these in, but I've got two SK 1523s to go in there. And Dels says that the 2SK 1524 is even better. I've not yet to prove that, but apparently they are a bit better for static. What's the word? I think he's let me have a couple there, actually. I know Adele did let me have a couple. So we're going to pop that one out and pop a new one in and see how we get on. I'm going to pop some more finger in me a minute while I'm at it. Foreign made Dysons are made from different plastic. I missed some stuff here, haven't I? Catch you soon, Martin, and thanks again for what you sent over, mate. Much appreciated. Brett loves a good vacuum. You've got a bit of a vacuum fetish, Brett, haven't you? He loves them. This Grand Prix is about to start. Mustn't say anything about the Grand Prix, though. You've got to learn to record these things. Joe, afternoon, mate. How are you? Very comforting. Yeah, I'm back in my comfort zone a little bit. These are all well and good until they go wrong, and then they can be a bit of a headache to sort out sometimes. I've got one of Les's here that's it's a 2010, and it's making crackling noises. We thought it was in the IF. We've changed the IF IC, and that hasn't done it. We think it might be one of the little vary caps inside. Right, let's get that off the bench. So I changed the nozzle on my desoldering gun today because this is smaller than the normal sort of stuff we work on. So I'm just going to desolder this one a minute if I can work out which one it is. There we are. Let's get that out. Oh, yeah, I think someone's had this off before because the green wire's hanging off here. Look, it's just dropped off. Let's take that one out. Let's put, oh, twang. I mean, FETs do tend to be static sensitive, so really, I mean, these are anti-static tweezers, so I'm not physically touching it myself. But really ought to have a wristband on when you're doing these, because you could kill one, because they are very static sensitive. So let's pop that one in. Let's pop the soldering iron on. It'd be interesting to see if just this one thing improves it. In my experience, it does a little bit, but not necessarily loads. Let's select where that leads come from. Red, yellow, it comes from there. Okay, well, I probably desoldered that one. I did that, and this my soldering station is ESD safe as well, so no problems with that. Let's get the eyes on. if they'll focus. The eyes aren't focusing today. Okay, that's that one. Yeah, Sony haven't done the greatest job with that diode, to be fair. It's not the best diode job I've seen. Come on. Doesn't seem to want to take any solder today for this some reason. Of course the wires are right in the way. Yeah, stick that green wire back on. We're in. Let's cut the legs. Typical, that leg jumped inside the set somewhere. There it is. Right. So let's get it back together and see if I can get the switch thing in there. See if it's made any difference. Just turn these things off a minute and that, because that'll interfere with it. Looks like I've run over the power lead on my chair. So we're in the same position, same angle. Let's get you up on the lights. Have we improved it? Place your bets now. Well, where are we? Definitely not improved it because it's not coming on at all now. Our battery's making contact. Our battery's not making contact down here for some reason. Let's have a look. So the good old computer batteries are not making contact again. No surprise there. Is a bit corroded. It needs a bit of manipulation, I think, to get rid of some of the corrosion on it. Strange it was working, wasn't it? As soon as you look at it, it's it's not working now. What is going on? Power supply is definitely plugged in. Got the right power supply plugged in, yeah. I've not got any computer battery on it for some reason. Well, that's that then. It's dead. Yeah. Let's just pop the case back on. But it should work. There's a horrible little battery contact on the back of the board here that Barat is saying there that causes problems, but it was working, so it should still work, really, shouldn't it? All I've done is undone it. Maybe it's just moved it a fraction. Let's put a little bit of deoxit 100 on the two contacts. It's not a great connection to the board there on the 3-volt supply, which I noticed when it came apart. So let's just solder that on properly as well. Looks a bit corroded. Let's pull that out for a minute. Yeah, it's definitely had some battery leakage in here in the past. Yeah, that looks okay. I might have to put the case back on, but let's see if that's made any difference. There we go. Right, let's try again. It says. Try again. Ah, they're gone again. It's picking up a lot more noise.
My older brother, a boy, firstborn, the one to...
Well, it's actually worse.
More breathtaking couple. Say nothing. Through hours in silence for some more active independence. Her own petty revenge.
Strangers.
Rather than temper of my father. Then it was. But I knew, even as a small child, that no one person should be at the mercy of another's weapon. So I laid there.
So it's the same. It's the same. Two.
And sometimes
It's the same.
he was too tired, too drunk.
It's the same. We got there eventually. Apologies for that, but the battery connections aren't great on these things. And just the act of taking it apart made them jump out. So what we'll do is we'll do the second FET, because that is still part of the RF amp on AM. We'll do the second FET and try it again. So that first one has made no difference really. Let's turn that back on, get a bit more finger down my neck. No, it's to be fair, 2 bars is okay. You know, it's not brilliant, because I'm pretty sure that Radio 4 have reduced their power up in these parts. So that's part of the problem. It might be dirty RF gain switch as well. Well, potentiometer, but we'll look at that later on. So I'm going to do the second FET now. If we look at the schematic, which I have hopefully got here. We come over here. So Q302 is the one that we've done here. So you can see that's connected directly to the ferrite. So that's the one that we've done. Then if you look over this way, see that goes up in through all this switching business here. It comes back out, comes back down to here. And then we've got Q303, which is the AM RF amp. So this one, what do they call this one? They call this one the medium wave, long wave RF amp, was basically the bar amplifier, bar antenna. And this is the main amplifier for the whole of AM. So if this one's gone, then that tends to make the set very deaf. This set isn't very deaf. So these were both working. The other thing that I'm going to do in a minute is lift L305 out. I think that's the one. If you lift the leg on that, disconnect it from the circuit, this attenuates it at long wave and medium wave. And the idea of this originally, this L305, I believe that's the one, is that if you lived very close to a broadcast station, so say you lived right up next to the Radio 4 transmitter, this thing would stop it overloading the front end of the radio. But to be fair, unless you live right next to an AM broadcast station, we don't need this in here, and it does boost. It's got quite a good little boost taking that one out. So I believe that's the one. And somewhere here I've got a little list of my my mods that I've done. Let's go. Let's escape from that. It's not going to let me, is it? Let's just go back to that for a second. Let me find my little spreadsheet. So this is a little spreadsheet that I put together. Yeah, remove L305 from the signal board, improve signal strength on low frequency. So this is all of the mods that I do, basically. This is important, this last one, AA battery reinforcement. That's got to be done. Super cap. So again, I can make all these things available in the comments if anyone's interested in any of these. I've got a load of other files down here. I've got some pictures of this is the FETs, look, with the voltages on the FETs. So we've done Q302, we're now going to do Q303. And this is the one where the diodes are cross from here to this. So that's the source by the looks of it. Or is it across to there? No, I think it's across here, isn't it? So yeah, I can make all of those files available. What else have I got on here? Oh, that's the board layout. Again, these files are available, I think, in the Sony group. So if you want the Sony group, then I did put a link to that in there earlier. The new FET is very little difference, a 2 to a 3, but I think overall with both of them we should see a little bit of an improvement. Let's say there's not really anything wrong with that existing one. So I'm just going to desolder this one. It's just going to be fun because we've now got a diode in the way. Let's get that one out. Q303 gone. Where's my other one gone? Where's my other transistor? Come on, transistor, where have you gone? Have I? Would you believe it? It's probably on the floor. That's usually where most things go. Yes, it is, look. There he is. Right. Yeah, definitely the right one. Just grab an hold of some metal work, make sure I've got no static on me. Let's pop this one in. As I say, if you've got very low gain, you'll soon know it on one of these. You literally, it'll be deaf as a post. And depends which one's gone. Normally they go as a pair, I believe. Let's get my eyes on. Can't see what I'm doing here. Right, that's all of them in. Snip the legs off and try not to fire them into the set this time. He says dropping one in the set, right. Here we go again then. Turn that off and that off and that off. Batteries in. Hopefully making contact this time. Yes. Right, let's see if that's made any difference at all. Probably not, to be fair, but you never know.
So you think you should? Isn't that another kind of bias? I looked at the segments, by the way.
It does sound a bit stronger, but we haven't got any change in the lights. We've still got two, look.
She looks so much lighter. You have raised the dead.
I wonder if you would a world created by a man. Like your work, for example.
Don't do that.
No, that's fine. Exquisite. I have diminishes the muscularity of the work and stuff as well.
For God's sake. What do you want me to say? What do you want?
No difference.
I don't know. Johnny, no.
There's milk.
So,
Oh, just about. No one's made.
they're not gone. It's just Radio 4 is not a great signal anymore. It used to be off the chart Radio 4 here. I could get full scale on Radio 4, but I think they've reduced the power to save the valves. That's what I think. Right, the next job is going to be to remove or to lift a leg of L305. Now, have I got a picture of that? I think I have somewhere. Now, where is it? No, where have I got it? It's here somewhere. 305, what have I done there? There we go. Ah, there we are. No, not that one. So again, I've got some more files here, but where are we? Here, I think. Yeah, so L305 is here, look. So it's on the other side of the board. It's the third one in of this group. So this is the one we need to take off. So all I'm going to do is what I've done there. I'm going to desolder and lift one leg of it. And then what I like to do just to finish it off is just put a little bit of heat shrink over it to stop the leg touching anything else. But then it just does mean if someone does have this set and they live right next to a a transmitter, they can actually pop that one back in the board very easily. I'm not disconnecting it and throw it away. Just makes it sort of future proof, really. Right, let's get back. Let's get back on it. Let's just catch up with the chat. Make sure we're not all gone asleep. There's my chats. There we are. Did you put the? I did put the green wire back on, Dids. Yeah, there is a fix for the battery contacts as well. You can either hardwire it, or what I do is I put some conductive glue on it, on the board. That sorts it. Ivan thinks it's a dirty gain switch. It could be, Ivan, but as I say, another normal one is going to be the same. Couple lights. If I take it outside, it's a different story. But in here, it's a bit of a. Check the drain voltage in Q303. Should be about 2.9 volts. Yeah, we can do that if you want. Again, we've got that on my picture just now that I popped up. If I can find it again, or is it gone? Oh, I think I closed it. Oh, that's a pain. So what we're looking at is these three voltages here. Really, this is the important one, 2.9. It should be somewhere around about that. I mean, there's not really going to be any reason why that wouldn't be that, or thereabouts, because it's brand new. But we'll check it anyway. So let me just get my multimeter out. So it should be 2.9, 0.2 and 0 volts. Let's find a decent ground. Hopefully it'll turn on again. She found me something. 2.63.
Faster than I could ever imagine. Look at that.
2.37, so they're a little bit low. I mean, ideally you want 2.9, but
Now she realizes there is something else, someone else in the world. Found it again.
I expect you could mess about with ages, trying different transistors in there to try and get an improvement. You might get a little bit, but not going to be a lot. So let's pop the desoldering tool back on again, and let's lift the leg of this L305 a minute. Whereabouts are you, Bazaar? Yeah, you're closer to it than I am, Rob. You're across the water to it. It's like miles up country for me. Crafty hen, very nice. Near Peterborough or Portobello? Peterborough. Afternoon, Derek, how are you, mate? Yeah, 2.6 is fine. So let's lift out this inductor. So it's that one there, which is that one there. Okay, let's get you in a bit closer. As I say, if you live a bit closer to the transmitter, you probably won't need to bother with this. But down here, I'm miles away from anything, and it's only going to make it better. T301, could play with that, I suppose, couldn't we? But let's lift this one and then just see what difference that makes. Make sure I get the right one here. It is that one. Come on. Are you gone? Are you moving? Yeah, okay. So let's lift that one out. So we'll stick a little bit of heat shrink over it just to seal it in. If I can find a little bit. There's always loads here when I don't need it. When I want it, I can't find it. That should fit it, shouldn't it? Yeah, okay. Right, let's see what that does. Right, let's see what it's going to do now then.
The pomp of this nation is only temporary and transient. I believe that commerce, wealth, art may...
Nothing.
And is that your point of view, Mr. Presenter?
No, these batteries are being a pain in the backside.
I had that nightmare after eating a raw pork chop.
Still no difference.
Tell me. What do you see?
I see a monster overwhelming a woman.
Or maybe the desire of a woman emerging as she sleeps.
I mean, it might be that we can adjust it up a little bit, but that sounds fine to me.
You might easily go astray with your monster.
Yeah, it seems to want to touch that. Mind you, it's the battery connections. It's been a pain in the backside. We've got to sort out those battery connections. It's no good. It's no good. They've got to be done. They've got to be done. So I think we need to do a little bit of a service, don't we? I mean, when this is out on the bench for testing, I connect up solder actual leads onto it, so you don't have this problem, but it's difficult with the case out of it. It's not it's not very easy. So let's pop it out the case. So we could have a twiddle with the potentiometer inside there. Yeah, so error 3 means that you've got the computer batteries installed, but the main battery's not connecting. And error 1, I think, is the other way round. But I can't remember off the top of my head, to be fair. Let's pop the pop it all out of the chassis a minute, and we'll have a look. So I would have thought that both those mods would have improved the reception, to be fair, because it normally does. But it hasn't in this case. It's exactly the same as when we started. We're going to disconnect that. We're going to disconnect the speaker wires. No, long wave's difficult to get on, I suppose, because of the antenna system you need, probably, and the transmitter is probably going to be expensive. Yeah, they keep saying they're turning it off, don't they? Greatest hits for you now, Brett. Yeah, you're right, man, Chip. Right, let's see if we can get this thing out then. I've got to disconnect that as well. Lots of disconnecting, so I just took the wires out, pulled the knob off. I'm just going to disconnect the AA battery connection from the board there. Speakers, speaker wires. Again, this can all be hot wired up on the bench. So that should be in the operative word. Should come out. Oh, I've got to do that one. I've got to take that wire there off. And the big screw in the middle. Don't forget the big screw in the middle, Graham. So that went snick, so it doesn't sound like anybody's been inside this radio before, which is good. Right, okay. Come on. You know you want to. Let it go. We'll disconnect the wiring from the LED strip in a second, but this should come out now. It's hanging on. It's hanging on for dear life. It's got to come this way a fraction. Come on. Come on, come out. It's not hanging up on that board. It seems to be hanging onto the volume control for some reason. Come on. Always one. I've not forgotten to disconnect anything, have I? No, it's all loosey. All loosey elastic. Seems to be hung up on the volume slider. You don't want to come back past that. There we are. We just hung up on the switch, so we need to take this little board out for the LEDs. This is where if you turn the case the wrong way round now, you lose the little button that I hoovered up. So we don't want to be doing that. Just pop that board out. Come on. This radio isn't playing ball today, is it? It's typical, isn't it, when you decide to do something live, it decides it doesn't want to do it. Thank you. There, she's out. Whew. Fought well. So the connection for the batteries, the AA batteries, hang on, I've got some rubbish opened up here in front of me eyes now. Just trying to open stuff here. Right. So the connection for the AA batteries is just a little tiny bit of metal that rests on that dot there. That is it. You can see there's a little bit of corrosion on that, look. I get a isopropyl. Just give that a very gentle wipe. Yeah, so the conductive carbon there's worn away a little bit. Very slightly corroded. That's why it's not making very good contact. Let's have a closer look at it. Yeah, so that's got some green muck on that. That's corroded there. So two ways you can do it. You can either solder a wire on there, or actually the corrosion's gone in underneath the conductive. It's still green, still green. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to solder a wire onto that one. It is a bit mucky, but I can put some more conductive glue on that and it will sort that. Yeah, so this corrosion's got in underneath that and it's lifting it. It's just flaking off that. Yeah, that's got corrosion on that. So it has had a bit of battery leakage in the past. Yeah, the whole area there's flaky. I suppose it's tracked along. Yeah, still corroded right up here, look. Yeah, that's got in underneath all of that, look. So it's all corroded all the way along there. So I've either got to paint that with some more conductive stuff or solder a wire to it. Probably end up soldering a wire to it, I expect, probably be easier. But yeah, that's why we've got problems with it being intermittent. Now the RF gain control down there doesn't look dirty, to be fair, but we've got a bit of dust on it. It's a bit dusty. You can't see the pot till this piece is taken off, but easy enough to squirt some fader lube in there. In fact, we've got a bit of corrosion down here as well, so it looks like it's tracked along the bottom there. This side doesn't really do anything. Oh, we've got a bit of corrosion everywhere on the bottom here. So can you see along the bottom? So we've had a bit of battery leakage there in the past. This might be why there's a problem with AM. Airband, I mean. So we need to get a bit of vinegar on that, I think, and get it cleaned off. I don't know whether vinegar is going to affect the carbon pads, but we can paint them back on later if necessary. It's going to smell like fish and chips in here now. Got some very nice distilled vinegar, courtesy of Asda. Well, not courtesy of them, I had to pay for it. So we can see why the AA batteries aren't doing. How come PP3 Duracell batteries don't leak? I expect they do, Rob. If you leave one in there for long enough, forget all about it. I'm sure you'll have some tears. Oh, now I smell of fish and chips. I don't know whether this conductive pad here does anything. I know this is the one that's connected to the AA batteries. This side I don't think is connected to anything. Why? I don't know why they bothered to paint it though. There must be a reason. There's a wire goes through there maybe. No, nothing. Don't know. You can see that fizzing, can't you? Can you see that popping and fizzing there? This on there. So we're going to need to check all those wires because you can bet your life one of those is broken. I bet it's the one on the airband switch. Seeing that the airband switch is up here, but Hopefully this won't eat away the carbon contacts. But we do need to neutralise it before it does any more damage. It's making me hungry now. Yeah, there's quite a few wires that's gone through there. Something we didn't check out, wasn't it, was airband. This is removing it though. It's coming off gradually. It's amazing it worked, really. So I'm going to have to get the microscope out on those wires just to have a look, make sure that's not broken any of those connections. Because I mean, this track here, for example, does go right up to near the airband switch up here. So don't leave your batteries in. If you've got AA batteries in these, make sure they're lithium. Then you won't have the problem. See, all of my 2001Ds have got lithium batteries in them. It's more expensive, but it's not as expensive as having to send it away to somebody and have the damage repaired that you've caused by leaving them in there. Right, we're getting there. Yes, it's got onto the tracks in a couple places here. So we're going to need to get the microscope out and have a look at that. You can see the extent of it when you look at the back of the rubber contact sheet. All the stuff on that. It didn't look too bad, did it? In the set. Jim, how you doing, mate? Yeah, we just mentioned you just now, Jim. Your ears must have been burning, mate. Just talking about you. But yeah, I did repair Jim's. Did get quite a bit more performance out of that one. Just putting a bit of this on the... Doesn't look like it's got on the actual contacts themselves. I don't really... Well, that one might, but I'll use isopropyl for that. I don't want to put too much vinegar on the contacts. That's soaking. Let's just squirt this off with isopropyl to just neutralize it. Danish, how you doing, Paul? Batteries juice leak, yeah. Always the same, isn't it? Gotta leave the batteries in. As I say, mine is fitted with Energizer Ultimate Lithiums. So that's what you want to put in your own sets. Don't go messing about. It's worth it. Not quite got it all from that corner, mind you, but I think it's gone in underneath. It's got it all off the board though, which is good. Hopefully we haven't removed any What am I looking for? What word? We haven't removed any carbon. Any carbon. Yeah, we're okay, mate. Okay, back's getting there. Went for my first physio session on Wednesday. Took me a little while to recover from that, but yeah, that's still reacting, that on the corner there. Still bubbling a little bit. Can't see it because my vinegar's in the way now, but if you can see that, where are we? It's still bubbling a little bit in that corner, but the rest of it looks to be pretty much gone. Still a little bit on that one. A little bit on there. A little bit on there. There's vinegar everywhere now. It's either vinegar or isopropyl. Stinks like a chippy now. So, airband button is up around here somewhere. And we got some, you can see there's a bit of discoloration on the board there as well. I'll be careful because I don't want to knock all the buttons out here. So the airband is this one here. That is the airband push button. So that is not looking good. I think we'll give it a little wipe over with the vinegar. Just to get rid of that if it is residue from the battery still. So it got a bit high up to be that though, to be fair, but it could be still. Let's give it another squirt with isopropyl. Give it a little wipe off. You don't want to be going mad on these, otherwise you'll lose all your contacts. Yeah. There's lots of signs of potential track damage on this. I mean, we might be lucky. You can see what it's got in underneath the so what I'm looking for, the solder mask. Hopefully it's not gone down through the wires. Well, it will have gone down through the wires, so we need to get the other side of the board out as well and have a look at that. Right, that'll need a bit more vinegar on that part, but the rest of it looks okay now. So I suspect that's maybe why the airband's not working, because that switch wasn't making contact. So it was that one there. I mean, that looks all right, that one. Again, you can clean these, but don't go mad. Just a little tiny touch on each one. Any that got any muck on them, especially these ones up here. Again, you can paint it back on if it goes. Someone's out shooting by the sound of it. Yeah, you don't see many battery damaged ones of these, to be fair. Normally they sort of escape because of where the battery is. It doesn't usually get up into the set, but that did. Okay. Well, that was one thing I didn't expect to be messing with, but there you are. You leave them in. Don, how you doing, mate? Just stopped in to say hi, you're off to bed. Thanks for dropping in though, Don. Appreciate it, mate. Let's check back. See if we missed anything. Some battery powered equipment doesn't like lithium. Yeah, you can sometimes, if it is critical, you can overload it. I think it was Aston said that when I was going to put them in something else, he said don't put those in that radio. Can't remember which one it was now, so it might throw it off. Yeah. It's gone mostly now, Anthony, luckily. Put some of this stuff out of the way. Lots of bits of muck on it, sort of dust, some battery flecks of battery corrosion. We've still got some corrosion. Let's get the microscope out and have a quick look at that a minute. And I think I've just touched the lens, which isn't great, is it? I'm going to just touch the lens on that. Let's give that a clean off a sec. Oh no I didn't. I didn't stick my finger that far up it. That doesn't sound good, does it? But yeah, we've definitely got some corrosion around the tracks. Let's see if I can get in any closer. Oh yeah, that looks even worse under the microscope. See if you can see that. No. Where are we? Where's my microscope? Let's just get rid of me. So can you see the two bits of green there? This means we've still got corrosion in the board. Oops, that's moved it right out. Well, you can see that bit now, look. You can see the corrosion we've still got there, but a bit of corrosion on there. Can you see the tracks there as well? They've got like a darker... Is that focus, or has it got to come up a little bit? Wrong way. Yeah. Let's pop a little bit of vinegar on that, see if it reacts. Where am I there? Yeah. But yeah, if you look further up there, there's corrosion on that pad as well. Look. Well, it's a via, isn't it? I mean, the via's filled with graphite, so they're not bubbling. Is that? Well, yeah, maybe it's reacting slightly. I need to leave it there a bit longer. If we come over this way, down, 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 down. See, we got a via there. bear in mind I've already cleaned this and it looked all right to the eye. It's surprising, isn't it? You get under a microscope how it changes. Yeah, you can see them popping, look. I don't think I'm quite far down enough for that, but yeah, you can just about see them pop in there. So if we agitate them a little bit with the tweezers. Yeah, as I say, they are wires, so they go through to the other side of the board. What are you saying, Rob? Leftover kebab, nice. Have you on them dark spots out with me to make sure it hasn't damaged any? A lemon juice, so either fish, well, lemonade would probably be better, wouldn't it? That's probably not your shop bought lemon juice, though. That's probably juices from actual lemons, I expect, isn't it? I don't expect your shop stuff's as good as that. Right, where else have we got corrosion then? Let's have a look. For some reason this is like way up in the air. Got a little bit on that one as well. Put a little bit of vinegar on the table, I can get it a bit better then. A little bit on there, a little bit on there. And some wires here that are still pretty bad. Look at those. I'll just put my hand in the vinegar now. I thought I got them, you know. So it needs a bit longer. Oh, I've got to get a new shock for this chair. It's no good. I've got to splash out and get another shock for the chair. It's a really comfy chair, but keep bouncing up and down on the thing. It knackers the shocks out eventually. Luckily, you can get replacement shocks for the chairs because I've done my one downstairs. Right, where else have we still got a bit of corrosion? There's a little bit on there, a little bit on there. That's with the naked eye. So look with a microscope. Of course, I've gone down so far on the seat now, I can't see up in the microscope. That's better. Yeah, so we've got corrosion. That one's quite bad there. It's fizzing nice. I'm probably filling up the underside of the board, aren't I? Well, I was just trying to improve the reception, but it's turned out now that we're on the hunt now for broken connections. So we're going to need to get this board out, I think, to have a look at the other side. This is still reacting though, it's still bubbling, so I need to leave it for a bit longer. And I'm going to need to redo some of these pads. I can see these two here that have got the corrosion on. The carbon's come off, so I'm going to have to get the old carbon touch-up out. There's a little bit on that one as well. Just having a look up over here, up around the airband area. That's not too bad there now I've cleaned it. There's a little tiny bit on there. There's a bit up here. A little bit there. So you can see it's got into the board there, look, can't you, as well? See the tracks there where it's got in? Where's me pointers? Where am I? Where is it? Over here, are we? Yeah, so we're over here, aren't we? No. Yeah, so I need to move this way a bit. But yeah, can you see where it's got into the tracks here? This bottom one especially. It's got into there, but it doesn't look broken. I can't zoom in while you're on camera because you won't be able to see anything. You can see where this bit of tape here is sort of, this bit of tape has held it onto the board as well. It's all nastiness on there. Still sort of reacting. Let's get a bit of agitation. Yeah. Right, let's wash that off a minute. There's some isopropyl. Let's go back to the main camera. Let's turn that one off for a minute. So we're going to need to pop this board off. Just going to neutralise it with some isopropyl. So you can see it going through the vias and into the board below. I don't want to leave it on the board too long, otherwise we'll end up with no carbon tracks at all, and I'll end up doing a complete rebuild of the board, which you don't want to be doing. It's looking better though, it is looking better. Use ants, you could squeeze them. So, yeah, we've got a mixture of vinegar and everything on the bench here at the moment. We need to get this board off. No, is the ribbon cable connected to that board? I don't think it is. Okay, I think it's time to disassemble it. I know we haven't really, I was hoping to sort of like improve the reception before we messed with it really, but it looks like we're going to have to mess with it. We're going to have to mess with it, so let's get the rest of the screws out. this is the bit you've got to be really careful with, the dreaded ribbon cable. If you mess this up, you're in trouble. So you've got two ribbon cables, as you can see there. You need to get these out very carefully. I've had people try and take them out themselves before and break the connections, rip the cables. All sorts of issues with these, but this one looks okay. He says, trying to get that out. Fingers are the best tool, really, if you can get in there, but let's use a hooky tool. So that one, that one. Make sure they're right out. And pop those two out. There we are. So there's our ribbon cables safely out. No corrosion on those, luckily. The next pain in the backside that we need to probably get shot of is this here. It's a bit of a nightmare unsoldering and resoldering these on, but it's easier than this thing just ripping off. You might as well take them off anyway, because they're gonna go. So let's just take a quick picture, although I've got loads of pictures of this. I'll do it again so as I've got a record of it if I can find my phone. Are we enjoying it so far? Mike, thank you very much. Let's just take a picture of that. And we'll pop those off. Just need to get the bench cleared up a little bit. I seem to have got a lot of stuff on. A lot of stuff on the bench. That's that one out of the way. Now we can take it properly apart. The other thing we need to do is disconnect the wires on the signal board for the ferrite rod on here, because they're going to pull off anyway if you're swinging it about and messing around with it. So these have all got to come off. Again, they're marked on the board, so you don't really need to take a photo of them. There we are. So we now have two parts of the radio. Well, we've got quite a few parts of the radio actually. It's got to come apart. So yeah, that can go to one side for a minute. Let's get this apart now. I mean, we need to get this apart anyway to do the LED. Let's zoom back in a bit. Now these are a pain in the ass to get apart. You can, if you're feeling exceptionally lucky, take these off, but not easy to get apart these. Take these two screws out. As you can hear, I'm not really looking forward to taking this apart, but it's got to be done. The problem you've got is you've got switches in these and they run on a little ball bearings, so you can take them out, but what I found is you can just about wiggle the board out without taking them out. You've got to do a bit of prying to get them out from memory. Again, it's a little while since I've done one of these. I don't know if I did Jim's in 2 goes because it came back again for more work afterwards. The problem is if you take these out, the little ball bearing jumps out. So that one's loose. That'll come out. That one's free. This one tends to be a bit more of a pain. If we're lucky, we can get them both out without having to take them off. Come on, will you or won't you? Gonna be my friend or not? Let's loosen it as much as we dare. It's all very well getting them out, but you have got to get them back in again. That one's definitely out. He's fine. Oh, no. He says, as the ball bearing flies across the room. Oh, well. That's good while it lasted. At least that should come out now. Here we are. Let's just take a photo of the bits there. Thank you, Rob, for more solder. I know. Sometimes you're okay, but at least we only had to take one out, not the 2. Sounds like you took a few of these apart, Bizarre, before. Right, let's just take a picture of those as well. Really, you don't normally need to pull this apart. It's just the fact that we've got all that corrosion on there. I want to try and get it out of the way. So to be fair, most of our corrosion has happened in this area. Though, yeah, it's looking a bit murky up here. No, it's gone up higher. Let me show you. It's gone, you can see we've got a bit of muck around here. It's sort of crept up a bit higher up here as well. We've got it. So I think I'll pull this shield off and have a good look underneath. Again, not something you normally need to do. You can get at the LED, I believe, without taking that off, can't you? Yeah. So you can just about get at the LED without taking this shield off. But unfortunately, we're going to have to take it off because we've got corrosion on some of the pads. Let's just stick a bigger tip in, actually. Give me a bit of extra help. with the shield. You got the t-shirt. Prefer hunting pants and an old Volvo. Afternoon, Gavin. How are you, mate? Given tasks to complete. Right, let's lift this shield then. Being very careful of the dreaded flex cables. Didn't expect to be taking it apart this much, Rob, if you're still watching. Or he's probably cowering in the corner now. What are we doing to his radio? Harvey, how you doing, mate? You revived the original LED in mine by putting more current through it. I gave it a zap, did you, Bizarre? I've got one that fits quite nice here. It's nice and bright, so we're putting that in. Let's have a look then. What have we got? What have we got? Well, it's not that bad. We've got a little bit of corrosion seeping into the flex cable there, so we need to get that sorted. We do not want to be messing with that. So let's pop a little bit of vinegar down that and then flush it out pretty sharpish with some isopropyl. In fact, let's just flush it with isopropyl to start with, I think. You could hardwire these flex cables, but what a nightmare job that would be. I've never done it before. I don't intend to either. I've got a SW55 here to hardwire. I still haven't done it yet. I keep putting it off. It's one that I bought in and I got stitched up with again. But what can you say? Right, let's put a little bit of this in the top of my beer cup here. That's probably beer cup. Beer cap. He says as he's going to tip it all over the table. Hazmat material. So we're attacking it from the other side now. Am I going to have to go through and buzz out all of these wires? I probably am, aren't I? Yeah, let's see, that one's quite mucky. Where else have we got a bit of muck up around here? That's fizzing well there. Right, what else was it on the board? So the airband switches were up there. It's mainly this area down through here that was bad. Luckily, I think it's just caught it in that area. I don't think it's gone too far else. Sort of cracked up here a little bit. I think it's tracked up where the ribbon cable is and crept up that way. I'm going to put a little bit down there. So let's sit there for a second, and then I'm going to flush it back out again because we don't want to be hardwiring it. Make sure that's cleared right out from there. I'm just spraying it with a bit of air duster, that's all. Especially around that capacitor, because you don't want muck getting into capacitor, because well, a capacitor trimmer, because that's when they start going wrong and you get noisy radios and all sorts of other nastiness. That must be a little oscillator trimmer for that crystal there. Gonna have to go over this as well, because I don't know whether that's vinegar or isopropyl now. Let's give these a bit of help down here. Afford to get a bit more aggressive on this side of the board because there's no carbon tracks here. God, I'll tell you, isopropyl city now. Right, let's give that display a little buff up before the isopropyl makes it all dull. Fine. Right. Gonna have a look at this side of the board on the microscope. See if we've got anything broken. Stick it in the dishwasher. It was 350 barat, but I used like a high thermal mass tip on it. So this is a quite good little pace. So yeah, this is a higher thermal mass tip. So my normal tip would take it off, but let's get rid of that. Oop, he says. Right, I just need to have a look back on the microscope. I'm going to go in a bit close, so I won't bring you in this time, but you get the gist. Just going to have a quick look to see if the damage is. Get down there. See if we've got any broken tracks, basically. There's my tweezers. It's got underneath the solder mask there, but that's all right. Same there. So scrape off all the solder mask that's got gunk underneath it. This is turning out to be a bit of a headache, this one. So maybe the seller did have a bit of an inkling, I don't know. Still, it was a bargain, 115 quid. Even if we've got to spend days on it putting it right, still. Every one of these radios is worth saving if you can. They're just so nice. I suppose you could stick it in an ultrasonic bath, but not really with the LCD screen in it. I wouldn't want to put that through. Okay, so this side of the board looks fine. No issues there. It's all down here. It's got a bit of lift on the... I must get another pen. It's ridiculous money. I don't really know why the overcoat pens are so expensive. Anybody tell me why? Yeah, you can see where it's gone in because the solder mask's darker. In fact, this side of the board's not too bad so far. Whether the wires are any good, I don't know. So you don't want to be putting it back together until we've ohmed them out. I don't know if you'll be able to see anything. Oh yeah, you can sort of see it. You can sort of see where I am. So this is just the battery contact. I've just been gouging bits out of that. Sorry, it's a bit dark, but you can see the corrosion there. Well, with the naked eye, you can't really see that. And a little bit over here as well. Drop a little bit more I can see that fizzing now. Look, you can see the little bubbles. See little bubbles popping up? So it's still reacting to the vinegar. Yeah, see that wire there that I've just popped? You can't really see it because I'm in a bit close really, but yeah, that wire's still fizzing. This one. Yeah. These are the ones that I've just pulled the solder mask off of. You can see the 3 here that I pulled the solder mask off of. Just get rid of me off the screen a minute, you'll be able to see a bit better. I am in really close, so apologies for the camera shot. I need a bigger light, really. Need a better camera light. I'll say, for some reason, this camera doesn't... what I'm seeing through the lens here, you should be able to see on the screen, but you can't. I should probably have just gone with the dearer one from Amscope, but Rob Cross very kindly bought me this one, so I've stuck with it. Another one there. See, surprising, I thought that I'd cleared all of them, but obviously not. Just agitating them a little bit. But we're going to need to ohm these out, all these dodgy ones. That one's not too bad. Yeah, that's stopped. That's got rid of that altogether now, look. That's really good. All of that's gone now on that piece there. Let's clean that off with some isopropyl a minute. Yeah, you can see that the vinegar's pretty much got rid of all of that. There's a little bit of corrosion left there, but not too bad. There's a little tiny bit there, look, little fleck. If I'm being extra picky, but couple little bits, but overall that's fine. That was where the this is where the AA battery connects onto. Zoom back out a little bit. Yeah, that's where the AA battery connects onto. Right, let's get that back out of the way for a minute. Whoa. Let's get the isopropyl on and just neutralise it all. Clear this side of the board off yet again. Twiglets, we're on a... What's going on now? Fiberglass sandwiches? Thank you, Danish. Thank you, Paul. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I sort of retired once, but I started work again. I'm back to work. Tomorrow's going to be my first day back for a while. Been off with a pretty bad back, but hopefully now I can get back to some normality. Less time for fixing radios though, that's the only thing. So my repair lead time is going to go out the window again. So apologies for those that got stuff in for repair, but it's going to take a little bit longer. Right, let's have a look then. Where's our worst culprits? Where are our worst? It's not looking too bad now, actually. That one's one of our worst ones there. So, I wonder if I can get the tweezers in there. Let's have a look. Will I be able to do that? Just going to stick the LCR meter on it for a minute. That'll tell us whether we've got continuity if we stick it on resistance. Hopefully. It should do. So our first fail. Is it just because we got solder mask on this side? I might have to go and just crack around the solder mask again on these. Let's do that a minute. Just going to go around the solder mask and just chip off the so where's the one we were trying to do? Is this one here, wasn't it? I can stick you on the microscope if you want to see me picking away solder mask. Yeah, so we're not likely to get a very good reading with that muck on it, are we? It's an annoying fly in here now. God, look at that lump of muck on that pad. That's actually eaten into the copper there, look. Eating the copper away there. I'm going to have to paint that one back in, I think. Because that's probably, that pad there probably now isn't making contact with this. Same with this one. Yeah. It looks okay, doesn't it, until you look under a microscope, and then it's totally different. Well, hopefully it's still entertaining anyway. I know it's not what I was hoping for, but then you don't know these things until you take radios apart. You know, if this was a customer's radio, you know, they may be expecting a recap, then all of a sudden you got hours of scraping rubbish off the board before you can even begin to do repairs, because this is likely to be the reason why a lot of things aren't working properly. I mean, look at this down here. I don't know what this pad's for, but it looks like a big copper ground plane covered with carbon, which, ooh, that's going right through me now, that noise. So apologies if that's the same. See, that didn't look too bad under the microscope, to the naked eye. But it's blue, isn't it? It's a right mess. Just catch up with the chat. You're enjoying the microscope views? Yeah, it's sort of better when it's in focus, isn't it? But because I've got it's very shallow depth of field. Look, just letting that back off brings it into focus. I need to focus it down there, don't I? Really. The scraping view. But yes, gone right underneath this carbon padlet. Look at this. Hopefully you saw that peeling off. You probably didn't. Slightly out of shot. Can I go further out? Yeah, it's difficult to get you all in shot, but you can see what I'm dealing with there. There's a big load of carbon lifted up there, and this is underneath it. It's got in underneath the carbon. Cool. Tell you what, I could taste that. A lot of cotton buds. I don't know why they've gone over that with copper. I'm still trying to get my head around that. I don't think anything touches this bit of the board. It's got to come off because it'll just carry on eating through the board. It's gone blue, isn't it? It's a very nice colour. I'm just using the tip of me tweezers, misuse of tools and all that, you know. Look at this. This is what I mean. Look at this here, look. It's got right up in underneath all this, look. Look at this. Oh my. The plot thickens. Yeah, it's got right in underneath all of this. Oh my. This probably looks worse than it is because at the end of the day we are zoomed right in here, so yeah, it's all flaking off, look, all the carbon. Let's try something a bit more aggressive. Let's get the, what have we got here? Brass. Let's get the brass wire brush on it. We think it was more aggressive, but not really. Look at the state of it. Does need a proper scraping off, doesn't it? Scalpel's making lighter work of it. Yeah, there's parts where it's actually eaten completely through the copper. So anyone that's got one of these, go and take your AA batteries out right now. And either put some brand new ones in or go and get some lithium ones. Oops, they cut my finger off then. What a mess. What a mess. But I see no more blue stuff. You can't see it very well, but it's gone. So let's pop a little bit more vinegar on that area just to see if anything does fizz up still. There's actually a break in the board there. Oh, where are we? Still a little bit of nastiness on this one. It's not going to corrode the carbon, I don't think, but it is certainly doing a number on the copper underneath. Yeah, that's just held on by that bit up there now. This has got a break in it here, look. If you can see, you can't quite see that. Let me see if I can get you in. Where are we? There, can you see that? So we've got no copper here at all now. It's just eating away, look. We've got copper across the top. That is totally gone there. It must be a ground plate for something. There's nothing on the other side. I mean, it's just the hole by this 3-volt here. So we've got a via there. That takes the 3-volt through. Yeah. So that is our 3-volt line from the batteries. So it goes through. Let's see if I can get it on camera for you. Yeah, so the 3 volts goes through that via there. It pops itself back out through this via here. Let's get me out of the shot again. Let's get you down. Yes, it pops, that 3-volt line comes up through this one. And it just comes along here. It doesn't go anywhere unless this is touching something. Unless this is contacting something on the other side of the board. Got a bit of muck around there as well. So it's no wonder we had connection problems, wasn't it? See, I'm seeing corrosion on here as well. It's a fly flying around my head, which is always nice. You can see up through here we've got solder mask lifted here with corrosion underneath it. Hopefully you can see what I'm scraping away there. And here. I mean, I'm not scraping hard on that, it's just flaking off. So that will need cleaning up. And here. So if this is a customer's board, see that's nearly gone there. That's nearly through that wire. If this was a customer's board, you probably would be saying it's nearly beyond economical repair, isn't it? Because this lot's going to take some hours to sort out. But anywhere where there's a little blister, look, it's just popping off. It's all up here. Little bits up here. Get off. Underneath there. Underneath there. Bits here, look. It's everywhere. The closer I look at it, the worse it's getting. But it is worth going through it like this. See, that's definitely lost connection with that pad there. As now, because I had to scrape off all the corrosion. So that's definitely going to have to be painted back on. More up here, look. It's never ending. Oh, that's out of focus now. Why are you out of focus? Gotta have a bit of patience. Hopefully my audience has got patience. You're all enjoying watching me scraping muck off of a board. Tell you what, it goes on and on, doesn't it? Look at this. A big lump there. A bit there. Fly. I'm going to go and get the bat in a minute. I'm going to go and get the executioner, then you're in trouble. So what I intend to do, I've got two choices. Well, I've only got one choice. I'm going to have to put some new solder mask on this to protect it from corroding again, really. Any other tracks gone? We've done that. Oh, that was gone there. That one's gone bad, actually, that one. One up to there, there's a bit gone there. What else have we got? There. We've got a bit going underneath here by the looks of it. I mean, if this board here is no good, we haven't got a radio, have we, really? Because we've got no way of inputting the key presses. So we're going to have some serious, God, look at this. That's blown there. Well, there's gone. And luckily it's not, I can't see any broken tracks so far. I've just got muck underneath the, it's got inside the solder mask and bubbled it up. If we don't get rid of it, it'll just sit in there and eventually it will eat through. This is pretty bad here. Good, good, good. Bit there. Now this is where our negative pin sits. Oh, it's gone underneath this as well, look. Look at this. Oh, it gets on and on. Yoda, how you doing, mate? You could hear... Oh, you may have a one. Thank you, Yoda. Welcome back. There's a track lifting above too. Yeah, this is going underneath all the carbon here. So it definitely looks like we'll be soldering the negative connection on, which is not a bad thing, really. It makes you wonder how it was working, doesn't it, really? So we didn't really try a lot of key presses. But you can bet your life that some of those buttons have had it. Okay. Right, what else have we got? Anything else nasty? We've got a bit there. So it's thanks to Rich that we've got this microscope, and to Rob that you can actually see what we're doing. See, that's not looking great there. That wire's just hanging on by a thread there. And that one we're going to have to stick a bit of wire through, I think. Yeah, it's gone there as well. And there. Well, therapeutic for me. It must be boring as hell. But, right. Let's get back to this area here. Yeah, that one's nearly gone there. That's disappeared. And that one, see, it's totally eaten away the copper there. There's no copper left on that. So that one there is open. Unless it's just hanging on by that thread there. So we're going to need to put a wire through that one as well. If you can see that one, can you? There's no copper on the bottom of that at all. Gone. Long gone John. Let's peel that one back. You've got to be careful because you can't really put a lot through this because anything sticking up is going to poke into the rubber backing. So that's two that we're going to have to bridge for sure. Now there's some more over here. What now? This one here. That one's okay. And that one's okay. Lump of copper missing out of there. Yeah, that one's had it as well. Look. Until you start scraping them, you really don't know, do you? Looks fine to the naked eye. Right, where else are we here? Right, so our problem ones, we've got three, and we've got one there. What's this one look like? Somebody said we've got a lifted pad. I don't see that. Ganesh, how are you, mate? It's still there, Rob. It's scary stuff, isn't it? You'd have given up by now, Bizarre. No, it takes me a while to give up on stuff. My main worry, I mean, we haven't got a lot of pads to worry about, to be fair. But there are a few contacts on here. I'm going to have to put some conductive glue on. So we've got that one to bridge. That one. And that one. So we've got 3, really. That one's just about hanging in there, but no, he's pretty much eating away, that one. So 1, 2, 3. Right. I've lost the third one now. Literally, you can't see anything without the microscope. Where was the other one gone? Oh, there, 3. Gotta find my glue stuff. Right. Let's give it another wipe over with some isopropyl, then we've got to go and do the other side. I think I got the most of the muck off the other side. Thank you, Gavin. Towards some soda mask. I tell you, you look it up. Let's get the other camera on. Let's move that out of the way a second. This stuff here, look. So you Google that, MG Chemicals Overcoat Pen in green. Now the problem with this one is it's split. The actual tube itself is split and all the green stuff's come out. It's going everywhere. I can sort of like put a little bit on the bench and use a cocktail stick and paint it with that. But yeah, you Google one of those. It's only a little tiny like felt tip, but that's what you need. I have got some of that UV soda mask, but it's horrible stuff. I don't like using that really. Right, let's have a look at the other side then, what we've got to come through. So I want to make sure we're nice and shiny on both sides, so as the solder's got something to bite into. So I'm going to get back underneath. Whoa, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thanks very much. I'm back, look, I'm back. I was only getting out of the way so you can see that through the lens shot on the things. How's Ganesh anyway? Just catching up with chat. That was you, but you didn't get a chance to screenshot it. What was that, Anthony? Finger fun. I'm definitely going to need some more finger. So you can actually put a thank you on the super chat. Gavin's timed out for some reason. The lifted track. I'm not sure where the lifted track is. I mean, I can't see a lifted track. Do you mean on this side of the board or the other side? So let me have a look. We've got one there. So let's put a little black mark there so I know which one it is. So first one is that one. Next one is that one. And the last one is that one. So let me just have a look at those three under the microscope, because that's where we're going to have to run wires through. But I am going to have to have a look at the other ones as well. Smashing everything up. Well, they don't look too bad at all on this side of the board. It's strange, isn't it? So if you look through the microscope, sadly it is a bit dark, but you just opened up a little Japanese tube ready to find a blown cap. Also green stuff everywhere. Button side it looked like, but you was flipping the board too quickly. Sorry about that. So you can see where I've marked here. This one here, for example. It looks fine there, doesn't it? This fly keeps buzzing me. It doesn't look to be a problem there. There's no corrosion here at all, but the other side's definitely gone, so we're going to have to scrape this back. So I'm just using a scalpel for this. Either something's living in my hair or something keeps falling on me. Get off. I was up at my mate's place in the week as well, looking at, he's got a ZX Spectrum. Have we got any ZX Spectrum fans in the house? I never had a ZX Spectrum, as I say. I went down the Commodore route, but apparently they were very, very popular. I think Commodore did outsell them, but I think they weren't. Were they a little bit cheaper than the Commodores? I don't know. And the other, oh, this one shows a little bit of corrosion, but still not bad. Right, we've got any track corrosion on this side. See, it doesn't look like it, does it? It's pretty good. Got a little bit around this edge, but not bad. You can see where that's all oxidized there. So we might need to clean that pad up and just re-tin it. It's only the land for the screen though. Ribbon cable, let's have a look at the flex cable, see how bad that is. Coming into it now. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see this because the angle is sort of shiny. You can sort of see it like that. Yeah, I think we're okay on that. It has got a bit of muck in it, but some of that's going to be isopropyl that's stuck in it, so that's not looking too bad. Right, let's clean those three up then. That are down here. That looks bad by that 14, doesn't it? See, I can't see that by the naked eye, but that's looking a bit rough there. Didn't see that with the naked eye, that. Well, I saw it on the screen when I was looking to see if I was focused or not. In fact, those three above it look a bit corroded as well, don't they? Well, that one certainly. Those three, you can see that some muck's come through there. I'm going to have to buzz all of these out, you know, because they're just an accident waiting to happen, really. We don't want this radio bouncing back from Rob in 6 months' time not working because I haven't done something here that I should have done. Okay, but this is our main three that we've got to put a link through. So we've got to find something small enough to go through that hole. So I usually use a tinned capacitor leg. I have got some little copper wire here, but I don't think, I mean, a lump of copper, if that would go through, that would be better. Potentially, but they're saying that they're tinned copper legs anyway, aren't they, on capacitors? Are they, or are they just... way too thick. Yeah, so this wire here fits through. I want a tighter fit, really. If I can get a tight fit, then I'm going to get a better solder joint. Look at that, that looks a bit thicker. Yeah, see, that is a dead fit. That fits perfect. Right, okay. That means that I can probably get away with not much solder on the other side, is what I'm thinking, you see. I can get away with a little bit sticking out this side, but not the other side. So if we look at the other side of the board, be careful of these poor ribbon cables that are getting ripped all over the place. Yeah, hopefully I can get that to solder. So maybe you want to solder this side first. So let me prop this board up so as I'm not touching the wire. You can sort of see what I'm up against there, really, can't you? Well, you can't because I'm not in shot, but When I bring it back into shot, you'll be able to see. There we go. So it's still a little bit away from that pad, isn't it? But I don't want to bring it up too high because it won't I won't be able to cut it off, if you know what I mean. So I reckon I could get away with that. Oh. I'll try and keep you in shot, but it is difficult. Hopefully you've got it there. Yeah, you can see it, but it's stuck through quite a bit now. That's no good. We need to go down a bit, down a bit, down a bit, down a bit. We need to be there, really. So if I can get a blob of solder across that. Let's put a bit of flux on it. Yeah, if I can get a little tiny bit of solder just to rest on that, we should be good to go. Oh, come on. Yeah, just got it. Just got it, I think. There's a very little pad left to solder. I don't want to bend the leg out over the top because it'll mess it up. I think that is joined. Yes, it is joined. Well, that's definitely joined that side, look. The tricky part now is keeping that in place while we solder the other side up. So I need to just put something in place there just to wedge that up so it's the same height. I think I'm going to have to hold it like that, so if you can see that or not. No, you're just slightly out of shot, so we need to be there maybe. Yeah, you can just about see where that's poking through. I need to hold this all together where I'm soldering so as that doesn't drop off the other side, if you know what I mean. I think what I'll do is I'll cut that off first, dead flush. Let me go and get my new cutters a minute, because I need to cut that off dead flush. So I don't want it sticking through. We might get away with it. Yeah, that's nice shiny new Nipex in here that are brand new, never seen the light of day. And it would be in the side that I undid first. 50-50 sod slow and all that. Yeah, so these are flush cut. The other ones aren't quite flush cut. These are flush cuts. I'll tell you what, that stuff's got back in my throat. I might need to go and get another finger to pop in. Right. Now that was gone somewhere, probably my drink, I expect. Okay, a bit more flux. Let's burn it up. I need to put a smaller tip on, actually. It's a bit overkill, that one, isn't it? Let's just let's put a smaller tip on. I've got my tip thing in underneath there. What's that one like? That might be a bit too small. Let's go back to my normal one. Right. Perfecto. At least we've only got 3 of these to do so far anyway. 2 left now. I bet that. Pretty good. Let's make sure I'm still attached to the other side. Yep. Yep. Two more to do. And my capacitor leg that was exactly the right size pinged across the room then. I should have held on to it really. I forgot that I needed it. Oh well, I'm sure we got some more in here that'll fit. Always keep your capacitor legs. That looks promising. Too big? Or, oh, just maybe. Where's the other one? No, that is the right size. It's just got a bit of a jaggedy end on it. Let's snip that off. Yeah. Right, let's jam this up. Oh, it's my isopropyl on the floor. I'm working around a lot of stuff here now. I really should have had a bit of a clear up before I carried on. Sometimes scrape, 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 repeat. It is a horror show, Bob. It's scary. It's like Scary Movie 5. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way because I'm working around myself again, which is not good. Need those, need that. That needs to have the top on it before I get a avalanche of nastiness on me. Yes, got it. Now I'm hoping that is poking through very slightly that side as well. That's what I'm hoping. I'm feeling lucky. Yes, good. It is good. It is good. Two done. I'm sticking a little bit proud there, but I think that should be okay. It looks a lot bigger than it is, obviously, because we're under the microscope, but can always scrape it back a little bit with the scalpel, actually. Yeah, it's definitely prouder than that one. Let me give that one a little shave then. Cutthroat. That'll do. Better. Right. One more dodgy one to go. That one. There's my trusty bit of wire that fits the hole exactly. Trying to balance it so as it's against this block of wood that I'm using. There. So I can now cut that off flush. Soldering iron's decided it's been on for too long and it wanted to turn itself off just as I was trying to solder that joint then. Let's try that again. Come on, bridge. Yeah, there we go. Whew, that was dodgy. Did not want to bridge that one. Got there in the end. See what the other side looks like. I don't think that's the one that I marked, you know. I've gone and done another one. That's why it didn't solder very well. Oh well, I've still got one left to do then. Apologies if it's boring the bejesus out of you. Seeing some jitter. That's me. Breathing on the microscope because it's zoomed in too far. Come on, take. Okay. Well, as I say, that wasn't the one that I was supposed to be doing, so not sure why that happened. But I've done it anyway now. The one I'm supposed to be doing is that one. Got a bit of a lag on it as well, I think. You can see the one that I've just done, but this is the one that I should have done. Got your first time. Look at that. Do the other side. Vias for tea, anybody? How are we doing for time anyway? This has taken ages. We've literally done nothing really. Put two what am I trying to say? We put two transistors in and whipped out what's his name? It made no difference at all. So anybody got any tips then on a tiny board like this for for ohming out the I'm trying to say ohming out the wires. It's really difficult to hold it, isn't it, while you're trying to go both sides. This one's still sticking up a little bit further than I'd like. Better. Right. Let's get you out of microscope mode now. Let's turn that off, because I don't think there's anything else I need to do with the microscope. That was the three that were the worst. I actually done a fourth one as well, just for the hell of it. Just because I love it so much. Let's see if I can somehow do this. We got any tips for ohming out? We've got a circuit board brace. I've got a circuit board holder, PCB holder. I suppose I could try and get it in it that way up, couldn't I? I could put a couple of these blocks either side of it. If I could find the other one that's somehow disappeared. How can you lose a great big chunk of timber, I ask? Well, I don't know, Graham, but you can. Thanks, Jim. I don't let stuff get the better of me if I can help it. Yeah, if I could get the other one of those this side, then I might better just hold it up like that. Ah, there it is. Might better do it like that. So what I'm trying to do is just ohm out the wires. Got to do it, because if I don't, and I put it back together and something's not working, I've got to take it all apart again, which is so frustrating. Not that I can't cope with that, but you know, it's better to do it now than later. Right, let's get that one up and out the way over that way, so we've got a bit more light. I'm going to put this on continuity and let's buzz away. Don't go buzzing off though, because there's more to come. We ain't finished yet. Right, let's make sure that I thought we were getting to recapping this for sort of 50% today, but it's not going to be, is it? Can we have another look at the ribbon cable next to the board? Where this here, you mean, where it's connected up? There, you mean? Again, I can ohm all of those out, but they are connected. Right, where are we then? So we know that they should be connected now. And that one? Yeah, well they're going to be, aren't they? Because I've just done those. Okay, so where else have we got then? Let's go to this one first, then there. No. Yeah, that one's all right. Yeah, that next one's not all right. And maybe I wasn't touching that properly. Actually, let's try that again. Yeah, he is okay. Go back here, do these. I haven't done these yet. These look alright though. And this one? Yeah, right, okay, so up here now. Going good. All right, let's move up a little bit. Well, I think we're out of trouble there then. After that, yeah, okay. Well, we're good. We are good. All sorted. Right. Next thing we need to do is find my carbon and touch up these ones that the carbon's disappeared off of. That's good news. We are now sorted. I'm chuffed with that. How many have I done over the years? I've probably only done about 10 or 12, Jim. I would say 10 or 12. Probably, possibly more, I don't know. I've done a few on the channel. So if you go back through my catalogue and look at the past live streams, you'll notice that I think one of the first ones I've done was that one from Lee, Mr. Tune In. That was a nightmare. That was the one where it was the crystal was gone. So that was I think that was the first. I think I had done them prior to that, but that was the first one I really had to pull apart. As I say, I've got one in for repair now that that's going to cause me a headache. I just know it is. You just know it, don't you? Right, so I've just cleaned off those contacts again. So while the isopropyl's evaporating, I'm just going to go see if I can find my I can't remember what the company's called now, but it's again quite an expensive product, but you know, you need it, don't you? You've got to have it. If you're doing this sort of work, you've got to have all the bits to sort everything, really. And I hate trying to do a repair and having to stop because I haven't got something and order it. I know you can get stuff quick these days. So I've got that one, which is silver, I believe, but that's not the one. This is the one I'm after. Here we go. This is the stuff that you need. So forget that. That is liquid silver stuff. That's still the same kit, but this is the stuff you need. I'll clean that up because it's managed to get some thread lock on it. Thread lock seems to be going everywhere at the moment. Seems to be the in thing. Bare conductive electric paint. So there you go. That is what you need. Let's just get those out of the way. So I'm going to get the microscope back in for this because I want to make sure I get this absolutely bang on. I've got some contacts to clean up, but yeah, Google that. Bare electric paint, or bare conductive electric paint, and it's bareconductive.com. That's not on my Amazon list. So say there is a load of Amazon links, Amazon affiliate links in the description if you're looking to see what tools I'm using and all the other bits, but I don't think that's on it. In fact, I'm sure it's not. So I need a cocktail stick. The microscope. And we're going in again. Videolan, how you doing, mate? You've got another here for me. What's that, Videolan? What have you got for me? Another 2010 or? Okay. So I need to get it at a bit of an angle so as I can see under the microscope really which ones I need to top up, so to speak. Okay, so there's a bit of a cluster there that need topping up. Now, which one are you looking at? Because you can only see one there. I can see lots. I think you're looking at that one there, aren't you? Yes, you are. So let's just go over that with a fiberglass pen a minute. Ooh, right. Bare conductive. Is it all dried up? Or are you going to be nice to me, bare conductive? Let's make a little bit of a space on my little bench here. No, it's not dried up. Okay. Cocktail stick. This is what I'll probably put my elbow in this, but you know. Not great there either. Just make sure we got a definite connection there. That's that one. It's easy, wasn't it? It looks blobby, but it's not. It's pretty close to the board. Where else have we got? That one down the bottom there. That's pretty shocking there. Let's get that one. A little bit too much there, maybe. Spread it about a bit anyway. Make sure you don't bridge anything with this, because that'll give you a short circuit. That's that one. What other ones we got? That one there doesn't look too healthy. Okay, let's do a little bit on that one, just make sure that's got some connection. That one's not looking great. Nor that one. See, that's dried already, that one. Put a little bit more on that one. Any more? Let's fill that one in with a big chunk missing out of it. Let's touch that one up. Ah, one up here, one at the top. It's not focusing very well, is it? Let's get that one. That is it. Wow, there we are. Bare conductive glue. If you haven't got any, you need it. Get some. Right, let's get down. Where are we? So we need to do a bit of board masking. Actually, we can do some conductive glue on this, can't we? Or conductive pen, conductive paint, as they call it. How are we doing? £10.50 ink vat from RS. Yeah, how much is this then? Yeah, this is 10 mil. Microscope's also missing from the list. Oh, 2001D and a satellite 700. Very nice. Derek's off. Cheers, Derek. Catch you soon, mate. Right, so we need to do a bit of painty on this bottom bit, I think, but I will put some on here. And if it doesn't work, we can always take it off after, can't we? And down on this bit here. Let's get my eyes on, see if I can spread this around. Way too much on there, Graham. Way too much on there. I'll put about £5 worth on then, I think. As I say, I don't really know why this bit of track is covered in this, but it must be for a reason, whether it's some sort of surge protection or I don't know. It's quite a large area for it not being needed, or it might be that it is needed for something. Goes off pretty quick. Right, we'll be able to put this side of the board to bed soon, hopefully. You still recapping? Aaron's off. Catch you soon, mate. Yeah, I hope you're okay. Go see the doctor, Rob. Get a doctor to sort you out. I don't think we can help you here. You need the doctor. Right, so we need to get the nasty out now. I need to put this on a bit of cardboard or something and paint back these tracks and the wires that we've uncovered. I must get some more of that because it is useful. I nearly bought it on Amazon, but they're out of the green. They got the black, which is quite reasonably priced. And they've got, I can't remember what the other colour they got, white I think. They got black and white, but no green. Of course, green is the one that you actually need. So I'm using some Asda Value Wheat Biscuits paper, just essentials. Times are hard and all that, you know. Let's get this manky overcoat pen out. So say, did someone Google how much that was? The green overcoat pen? But this is, I did glue this up. It keeps splitting open again. So basically got to just glob a bit out like that. Yuck. Chuck it back in there quick. And I've just put my hand in that black stuff, I think. Oh no, I've got it all over the bench now. Oh my, I'm spreading it everywhere. Oh my. This... I've got a conductive bench now because I've painted that paint all over it. Isopropyl is not getting it off. I wonder, is my bench now conductive? Let's have a look. Let's see if my bench is conductive. No, luckily not. Right, we need another cocktail stick. Let's get painting. Paint by numbers. It's like watching Bob Ross, isn't it? Is it Bob Ross? The painting man? That was. I don't think he's with us anymore, Bob, is he? Sadly, he's very therapeutic. If you want a good kit, then that's the boy to watch. Right, I'm going to need the old eyes for this. So I'm just going over all the tracks that I've dug the copper back on, really. Give them my little repairs. So almost certainly that's why airband wasn't working anyway. So yeah, anywhere that I've scraped back, just colouring back in. And I think You should have a nice board by the end of this. Smells good as well. Right, anywhere else, Graham? Up there, maybe? So that side done. You don't need to worry about covering up the wires now because we have buzzed them all out and they are all connected. Okay. There we go. I'll put my hand in that as well. Won't be surprised. Oh dear. Well, let's catch up with the chat. You can get kits in the chemists. And a small Sanshin. Well done, Martin. You bought an IR camera from Banggood recently for 120 quid. A revelation for pinpointing shorts. Yeah, I must get one of those thermal imaging cameras at some stage. He's more of a broad stroke kind of fellow, is he? Never used a microscope to paint. Brilliant. Right. I think we have resurrected that board. We need to get the, this is the solder mask stuff that's going to go all over my hands in a minute. Was there anywhere else we needed to paint before I throw that away? Because usually that's what happens. I throw it away and then find something that I've missed. No, we're good. I think I've got that covered, so I can throw that away now. And safely throw that away before I get it all over myself. So try and put the lid back on the nasty. Let's put that back on. Let's sort myself something else out to drink a minute. You can have a look at my handiwork on the board, see what you think. Rough as a badger's backside. Or we can say ass, can't we? Rough as a badger's ass. Right, let me go and get some for. Should we have one of the amazing beers that Martin let me have? Maddie, what's the matter with you now? What's the matter with you? Have you heard other doggies, have you? Is that what it is? Eh? Yeah, good girl. What is it? What have you seen? Right. I'll tell you, the temperature's dropped. Right, I'm not going to go, let's go to the back. We won't go for the quadruple, we'll go for an Isidore. Only 7.5%. I've got them in the fridge, but they might be a little bit too cold. I think the ideal temperature is something like 5 or 6 degrees. Let's grab one of my Purity glasses from Fat Tony. Not seen Tony for a while in the chat. I hope he's all right. I know he hasn't been very well. So Tony, if you're watching but you can't type, mate, hope you're okay. I was nearly tempted to get that valve tester out that Mr. Resonator very kindly let me have. That I've got to still do the transformer on. I've been shying away from that for years, but you know how it is. Don't drink it cold. Oh no, it's cold. It says 10 to 14, that one. Oh no, it's about 2, I reckon. No. I'm going to have to let it sit, aren't I? I'm going to have to let it heat up now, and what a bummer that is. Can you buy me some beers? You can buy me some beers if you want to, Rob. Maddie is mad. If you haven't seen a video of her, you'd think it was a monkey. So one of what radios, Harvey? The 2001D? Drink it anyway. Take. I can't see what that says now because I've got the hearts all over it. Let's put the hearts up. Let's make the hearts pop up the screen. Oh, take the blonde. I've done the blonde. I've done the blonde. I've done the blonde, Martin. I had to test it. Stick the soldering iron in it. Yeah, that'll be good, wouldn't it? So what do you reckon? That looks all right, doesn't it? You wouldn't even know I've been in there. I don't know how conductive the conductive paint is. I mean, I've put that on pretty thick there, so that'll... But yeah, you wouldn't... Unless you had a close look, you wouldn't really know that I've been in there, would you? Let's get the LED out then and stick another LED in. Now I've got 2 LEDs that work very well in these. Let's just pop the desoldering tool on. The ones I've been using are not those. I've got too many LEDs in this drawer. This is the issue, Graham. Too many LEDs. And it is those, I believe. Is it those? No, that's the flat tops. See, these flat top ones, I bought these to fix some Christmas lights. These work well. They're very, very bright. But can you see they're like a flat top? But yeah, they do fit in there. They fit in there quite snug, but the better ones are these round ones here. I think that's the ones, or is it these here? We've got a choice of two, haven't I? 3 volts, 20 milliamps. 4000 MCD. That might be a bit too mental. I think these are the ones that I've been using. 7344748. I think that's either Farnow or that's the ones I've been using. They all work, to be fair. I mean, they're all quite harsh, but better than the very, very dim one that's fitted. Much better. Right. Let's get the camera down in a bit. There's the LED. Need to make sure we get it the right way around. I've knocked something else over. So it is that way. There should be a flat on it. Is there a flat on this one? It's nice of them not to put a flat or anything on it. Is that? Oh, that's a little nick there, I think. Yeah. Again, I can't see nothing without these on. Yeah, so it's a little flat there. That usually denotes the negative. So you've got to bend it. Bend it, bend it. And these are pretty weak, the original LEDs. I didn't show you that really. I should show you that before I started really, but you know, got to be done. Right, let's get that one out. Much easier now I've got the board out and the shield off the back. Come on. Get up there, you little... You're not going to play ball, are you? Got it. So that wants to sit on that edge there. Nice. sure that's straight. Yep. Well, I can see this video series lasting a little while. I certainly think we're going to be on this again next Sunday. I'm not really going to have time to do anything to it in the week because I've got a couple other repairs I'm working on. I don't think there's anything else we need to touch in there. There's only a little tiny adjustment pot, and I believe that's probably for that crystal. We don't need to touch that. I need to just wick that stuff there off, and we need to get this this magic inside me. Isidore. I don't know if that's Mr. Isidore. Is Mr. Isidore the monk that made this? Or had the recipe? So it says it is. I don't know if you can see that or not. I'm going to have to use this to read them. Amber coloured Trappist ale with a broken white head. A lovely combination of herbal floral and fruity aromas. The harmonious taste starts off fruity and shifts to malty caramel. A perfectly balanced ale. Serving temperature 10 to 14. Well, I've had it on my lap. Drink responsibly. Well, I'll be very responsible when I'm drinking it. But yeah, this is the scary bit, look. 7.5%, but it's only 330ml. So it's just over half a pint, so we should be fine. How we do? What's Harvey going on about? What's Harvey on about? JP Jessa, how are you doing, Ken? See you pop in there, mate. Microwave it. I've done the blonde, yeah. Yeah, I did the blonde. I did the blonde yesterday, so that's another bit gone. We don't need, and we've got a nice new, a very bright LED in there now. That'll wake the neighbours up. They'll think you've turned the lights on, Rob. I think what I'll do is I'll pop the top on that and I'll let it breathe for a bit just to get the temperature up a little bit more. God, I do like Trappist ales. Right, let's pop the shield back on then. Oh, I've got to wick this off though, haven't I? Forgot about that. Let's get rid of that a minute. This, because this has all gone nasty. Not even taking soda, that. So let's put a bit of flux on that. Just reflow that a minute. You can see the muck coming out of that. Yuck. More cotton buds. Christ, I've used hundreds of cotton buds on this thing. Amazingly, that solder mask stood up to that heat, look. Amazing. Right, let's put some flux on the attachment points. See if I can work out which way round this goes. Normally there's like one pin that's a locating pin on these, but it doesn't look like they've done that with these. So there's no way of getting it exact, really. Bit of a pain. Let's put that one on. How's that looking? So it looks slightly high there, so it's got to come down there a little bit. Yeah, it's got to, that one's got to come down a fraction. Yeah, normally with the Sonys they've got like a little locating pin that goes through the hole. Fraction more. There we are. Screen is back on. Well, not the screen, the back thing. That board is done. I want to just spray a little tiny bit of deoxit in those switches while we're here. Shouldn't harm them. If I can find it. Fader loop. There we go. Whew. Can we get any in there? Yeah, especially being it's got a bit of what's the word? A bit of what's his name up it? Right, that's that board done then. Sorted. Let's pull the main board and this one back over then. How are we doing for time? I have not got a clue what the time is. Oh Christ, it's 10 to 7. Oopsie. Oh well. Can't smell any chicken cooking yet though. Let's get this now much warmer beer in my glass. It's pretty warm this morning here, Harvey, but it's cooled down now. I'm supposed to pour this carefully so you don't get the sediment in the bottom, but you know, the sediment has got a bit of beer in it, so you got to have some of it. There we go. So, cheers, Martin, and everybody. Thanks for staying with me, those that have. That's nice. Oh, that's very nice. Catch you soon, Martin. Thanks for dropping in, and thanks for the beers and the power supply. Bud Boggy. Kapton on soldered side. Kapton on soldered side. Where do you mean, Bud? Yeah, me and the bishop, we're okay, but the monk's better. Kapton on soldered side. What do you mean? The soldered side of the LED? Not sure what you mean there, Bud. Welcome, mate, anyway. Should have put the meter into the LCD. Yeah. That's quite nice, the old little fairy lights, though, isn't it? That's what we used to call them on CB radios, the old fairy lights. No worries, Bud. Rob, that sounds quite disturbing. I'm keeping you company in bed. Oh dear. You can have a sleep. Have a sleep then, Harvey. Thanks for popping in, mate. Right, what areas do we need to look at then on one of these 2001D boards? So if you don't want to fully recap the thing, there's really one area that it gets hit the worst, and that's down here. This is sort of like the amplifier section, and it's usually these two, maybe that one. It's usually those three that get hit the most. And that was a bit wonky, but I don't think it's spewed out in underneath. But you know that's, if you're only going to do a little bit of recapping, it's worth just doing the ones in the audio section here. The rest of them are usually okay. We'll just do them really as a future proofing. They are good quality caps. I don't know, they seem to have used good quality caps in them. And these certainly haven't been done. As I say, this radio is 1992. So it's what, that's 30 odd years old, 32? Which is pretty good life, isn't it, for caps? And we know it is still working, so. Now there is some mods to be done on the way. I'm going to use some. What's all these bits here then? Oh, this stuff here just disintegrates for a pastime, doesn't it? Has anybody got any sticky backed, really thin foam that they use for these? There's obviously there to stop it vibrating, but it just goes to powder. And like, what all this look like rats crapped on my desk there, but. Yes. So I've never known an IC to fail on these. You know, I've had caps in them that have been sort of iffy, but not. I've never really had a cap. Well, I have. To be fair, I have had some. I've had some of these that have bowed their tops. I've had that on a 2 or 3. Where they have actually gone, those two. But yeah, apart from that, they are pretty reliable. There's no surface mount stuff on this side of the board to worry about. Seems strange, doesn't it? They've done surface mount on one side of the board. This is all surface mount, and yet the other side is just conventional. It's sort of like a hybrid almost, isn't it? In between radios. When you look at something like the SW77 that came along after, they're all SMD. And they're a pain in the backside because the caps leak. Full aircon in the Beamer. I know, I'm only messing, Rob. Yeah, so that's usually the ones that go. The other thing we want to do is we want to replace the wide filter up here, because AM on these for us in the UK is too wide. So we've got two there. I think it's the bottom one. CF-2001 I think it's CF-2001 W1 and W2. Now one's wide and one's the narrow. We want to just change the wide one to a slightly narrower one. I have got one here. Now I'm a bit concerned whether these are any good or not. Now Adele recommended these to me, so I went and got a load. An LT455 HTW. But the thing is the paint doesn't really stick to this. If I rub my finger across that, the paint will smudge. So it makes you think, well, But then they've got to paint the number on somehow, I suppose. And it is definitely a filter. It was pinned out like a filter. I suppose they could have just put some, if it'll focus. It's got the 4 legs there, 5 legs even. So it matches the pin out. But I haven't used one of these yet in the set. I've used the ones that Adele gave me. But I did have one that was bad. I changed the filter and all of a sudden the radio was absolutely deaf as a post. And the only thing that I'd done is that filter, so I swapped it for another one and it worked fine. So that was a brand new one of these that had gone faulty already. So the quality control isn't there. So best to test it before you fit one, really, I suppose. But we're not going to do that, are we? No, we're not going to do that. What else do we need to know? So that's the RF gain on the side there. But as I say, if it'll focus, are you going to focus? Yeah, there we are. There's nothing wrong with the tracks on that. They're not corroded. They just need a bit of lubing up. And away they'll go. Same with the volume pot. You do need to put something in there because they go a bit stiff and nasty. We've got more switches to lube. So let's do a bit of that while I'm just drinking my beer. And then we'll call it a day. So I'm going to use the fader loop 100L for conductive plastic faders and control, which this is. So you need a little tiny blob on each track. Let's work it up and down. That's the volume one. Let's get the camera down a little bit. You can't see what's going on here. I can't see what's going on either, so we're all right. Just work that in. Again, just a couple little dots on that one, just like that. And we need some deoxit in the switches. Another one. Now some of the more modern stuff, if you spray switch cleaner in the switches, you'll kill them dead. I don't know what it is, what they're made of, I don't know. Marmite, I think. Switch contacts in the modern stuff. Especially tactile switches. Don't spray anything in tactile switches. You will kill them. So I'm just spraying it in the two switches on the switchboard. Signal board, as they call it, I think. That's our little servicing job's done. It wasn't a lot, was it really? It's not a lot to service in these. I mean, you can go mental and start messing about with alignment. I have had to mess about one of these once with alignment, but that was problems with these these aren't too bad, but these little red and blue trimmers, sometimes they can get a bit corroded. And the other one is the trimmer for the crystal. This one here. So I've had to trim that one a few times because these crystals do go out of spec. They age, and unfortunately they start losing it. And if they lose it, then you'll lose lock on your radio. So we do need to check that as part of the servicing and repair job to make sure that that's in spec or close enough. If you spray deoxit on pots, it takes out the track material. Yeah, it does if you're putting it on the plastic ones. You need fader lube. So I use fader lube for the tracks, for the pots, I mean. So that's what you want for potentiometers. And that for switches. So I can't remember which one's the wide one and which is the narrow now. I'm gonna have to refresh my memory now. It's closed up loads of my files here. Very rude of it. Uh, 2001 mounting diagram, that's what I want. A mounting diagram. Now we want the wide one, which is the wide one. So we're at the top of the board. 4001. 4001. There we go. So CF1 is the wide one. CFW1 is the wide one. So it is the one I thought is the bottom one that you need to change. I need to just update my notes for that. filter. There we go. So let's pop that one out while I've got the board out and I've got the desoldering tool heated up. It's actually marked on the back of the board W. So that one comes out. I tend to leave this in with the radio, so if somebody doesn't like it, I think I did this with Jim's radio. Jim's got one of these filters in it. So yeah, you can see when you've unsoldered it, it tells you it's W wide. Didn't tell you that before though, did it? Well, let's just put a little bit of flux on and just where am I down here? So, up, down, left, right, forward, back. About there. I'm just going to pick up a bit of solder on the iron. Just touch that one. It says. Yeah, he's in there. Right, let's just solder that one in. Let's get the eyes on again. And we've done the filter at least. This board doesn't seem to want to take solder very well. Don't know why that is. Let's put some flux on it, but it might be that it's got some conformal coating on it, maybe. I expect they've sprayed it with something. Looks better with a bit of flux on it. There we go, that's another job done. So we've now got our nice new filter fitted. Stick that in the pot, another job done. Shall we pull out one of these? Let's pull out C160 while the desoldering tool's on. I'll have a bit of capacitor bingo to finish up with. Where the hell's the other leg of that one then? Oh, it's underneath there. Fool. Well, I've got two outlet. Let's do C160 first then. So positive is a little T. And this is 470, 6.3 volts. Eyes down looking, quick. Let's do one. So place your bets. Is this going to be a 470 at 6.3 volts? Or is it going to be something completely different? It's a Rubicon, good quality cap. As I say, they didn't skimp on these radios. So place your bets, 470. B is wide. Right, let me see if I can find another one. So it's 470. Now I did pull all my caps out. 470, what did I say? 6.3 volts. It's got to be a small one, hasn't it? I think a 470-10 fits, doesn't it? Place your bets then. What's this other one? 330-10. So let's get a 330-10 as well. So these are the two most common caps to fail in these, as far as my experience has told me anyway. If anybody knows any different, then shout out if you know a different one that needs checking. But I'm just going to solder these two in a minute while I've got them out, because I know where I am then. I believe these are included in Adele's audio upgrade kit as well, these two caps. Right, let's push a button then. Are we ready? $458. So to be fair, that's gone low. And normally when they go low, it means they've sort of like bowed at the top and dried out a little bit. So maybe that one was on his way. Who had 458 then? 484, 464. It's got to be Dave. Welcome, Dave. It's Dave. Right. So that one wasn't too bad, but it had gone a little bit low. What about the next one then? 330. 330 at 10 volts. We'll look at that one then. 330. Eyes down looking. Ease that one in a bit further. Well, yeah, normally if they're bad, they go high. They go high bizarre, but it's rare that they go low, and I tend to find that if they've bowed, they're low. But you know, you never know. This is not science, by the way, Bizarre. It's just a bit of fun, mate. So I'm going to recap the whole thing. That cap is not bad, but I'm going to recap the whole board regardless. So it's going out to a customer, so it's going to be absolutely perfect before it leaves. But say, that is the caps that normally go bad. So that's the ones that we're changing first. It's a horrible job to recap these. They're not the easiest boards to recap, but I've not really ever found many that have been bad. In the ones that I've done, I've probably only recapped 4 out of all the ones I've done. Yeah, it's plus or minus 20% Bizarre, isn't it? So yeah, they're definitely in spec, but it's very rare a cap goes lower than its spec. They normally go high as they age. That's all I'm saying. They tend to go lower when they've spouted their top ends out. If you've done a lot of caps and found the ones that the tops have bowed, you tend to find that they go low for some reason, rather than you think they'd go high, but they don't. They go low. So that's what I was saying, mate. Right, how are we doing? 3:30. When you've got it apart this much and you're selling the set on, because I say this is going to Rob Head. It's not going there free. You know, he's going to pay some good money for it, and it needs to be good for another 20 years. So that's what we're doing. It's going to have them done. Now, if it's my set, I don't think I've recapped my set. You saw how well it performs, but I would have just done this little cluster in this area though, definite. The one I did for Jim, I don't think I recapped. The one I did for Rob is recapped. Are we done? 3:30? How are we doing? Here we go then. See, that one's gone slightly low as well, but it is, like we say, it's in spec. 312, who's got that then? Rob's got 320. You come back from feeding the fish. Tropical fish, or have you got koi carp, Joe? It's got to be Rob, isn't it? 320. Oh no, yeah, Rob's 320 twice. 328, 321. So again, that's not a bad cap, is it, really? It ain't bad. I wonder what it compares like to a brand new one. So let's try a brand new 330, and I'll bet this is higher. It's going to be lower now, I've said that, isn't it? So let's try a brand new. What's this? This is a Rubicon. 330, 10 volts. Let's see what a brand new one is. $319. So it's about the same, isn't it? So yeah, they're fine, but we are going to change them all regardless. It's going to have the works, so it's going to be recapped. You got 320 as well, Million Chip. Oh, you must have been slightly higher up, were you? Yes, you were. I didn't see that. The cut off between the 470s and the 330s was quite close. Yeah, the headache has gone actually. I think the medicines helped, Bob. The medicines helped, mate, so cheers. So there we go. I have overrun a fair bit. I normally finish at 6, but that board was a pain in the backside. That's taken a lot of the stream today. So apologies for a stream of scratching and soldering and painting, but there we are. At least we know it's right now. Well, hopefully it's right. We won't know till we put it all back together and test it, but it looks like it's going to be good. But this is to say, I'm going to have to recap this. Well, I have to recap it, but I'm going to recap it. And then it's going to be a case of sticking it back together and see what it does. And then we can investigate, see if we can bring the signal strength up a little bit on it. It's definitely down compared to mine, isn't it? Which it shouldn't be really. But again, it could be just calibration of the S meter. You just never know. Neon Tetras. Oh, I like those. Tropicals. What was the Siamese fighters I used to have? They were lovely looking fish, but you couldn't put more than one in the same tank. I think you could get away with 2 sometimes, but I think they didn't recommend you put more than 1 in a tank. They used to have the tails off the guppies. They used to have guppies, and the Siamese fighters used to have the tails off of them. Cheers, Bob. No worries, Tom. Hope you and Susie are all right, mate. Definitely part 2. Never trust a Duracell. No, wow. I've had all sorts of battery types leak in sets, to be fair. It's not just Duracell. But I think it's again, I mean, Duracell's one of the most commonly used batteries, so you know, the majority of sets you're going to find are going to have Duracells in them, so that's possibly one of the issues in that. That's me done for today then. Hope you've enjoyed that. If you have, give it a thumbs up. Thanks for the super chats and the tips. Much appreciated as always. And that's it for today. Catch up with you next week. I don't think I'll have time to do anything to this in the week. If I do, then I'll film it or take photos of it for the Patreons and the members. So cheers everyone, and I'll catch you next week, if not before.